Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing today? Welcome in. Hey, hi here. Hey, Ludo. Hey, Reddy. Hey, Ra. Hey, Barbaric. Thank you again for your support, Reddy. Thank you very much for your subscription for 16 months. Crazy it's been that long, right? Why did the music stop in the beginning? I swear. There was a jam and everything in the beginning, and I was like, time to start. And then the game was just like, actually, at the beginning, we're not going to have anything more. Yes, welcome. This is Date Everything. I don't know how this is going to go because, yo boy, we talked about this. We're on the we're not strictly asexual, but we're Demi, which means everyone's on a neutral playing field of just not interested. So I'm interested to see if there's anyone or anything in this case that catches our eye. Because whenever I see clips of this game, it's people like foaming at the mouth for certain characters, and I'm like, okay, like that's fine. I don't know if I'm gonna be one of those, but you know what? We're gonna give it our darnest. We're going back into the dating pool. Yes, so for those that may not be aware, this week is going to be a bit of a crazy week. Essentially every day except for, I want to say Thursday. It's either Wednesday or Thursday. I think it's Thursday. We are going to be having a stream in which we're going to be collaborating with other people. We're going to be doing this ourselves because we're doing a charity of Week of Trans Love. And it is a charity alongside with Streaming for a Cause, in which we are trying to raise funding, or not necessarily funding, but like the charity is for getting people who do not have access to gender affirming care to places that are able to provide that for them. So like along with the inspiration I got with Sailor Dodo is the art that they provided for public use for that. Very much reminded me of like, ooh, let's do like a Sailor Moon theme. So if you would like to participate, there is a command for !donate that I've just put into the thing, and it's not working. Why aren't you working? Hello? Is this thing on? Let's see. Why aren't you doing it? Interesting. Oh, I think I know. I turned it on here, but I didn't turn it on here. Here, hold on. Let me show you. So y'all are just like, what's he doing? What could possibly happen? Ooh, Allosaurus. The reason the specimen Big Al was originally assumed to be male, but upon further inspection of the post evidence reported Big Al was actually female, so a lot of depiction of Big Al prior actually made them transmasc. Ooh, I did not know that. That's so good. All right, so we have Allosaurus, aka Big Al. Vote 1. Hell yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I actually really love that, Ratty. It was one of those things where I was just like, what should I do? Well, I don't know what to do. And then I was like, you know what? Let's leave it up to the community. Let's leave it up to them. Yep. This is it. There we go. Now let's do it. Boop. Hey, there it is. So !donate is all you'll need in order to participate. As far as like what you get for participating, we have, where is it? I had it open and yet it is, oh, here it is. Boop. So, it's pinned to the chat, but this is the info, including y'all are laughing because this is an Excel sheet, but literally at $15, we upgrade the charity from an Excel sheet to a hand-drawn graphic. So if you want it to not be an Excel sheet, we're going to have to meet a particular goal. That's all I'm saying. There's a new channel redeem. Big Al says trans rights. Amen, Randy. Amen. With the new channel redeem, as far as putting your vote into who like the summon or prehistoric creature that we want to be representing as far as this particular event. And then on not tomorrow Sunday, but the following Sunday, we'll draw it live. So at $15 we upgrade the graphics so it's hand drawn. At $50 Mama Dodo I'll make a Mama Dodo like fully transformed costume. At $100 any person who put any money into this charity will be entered for a raffle for a Deltarune game code. And then at 100 plus, like, we just blow by it. We're gonna brainstorm some rewards for y'all. So at $1 you enter for the raffle. $3 we get kiss from Mama Dodo, $5 hug from Mama Dodo, and at $10 you get 50% off the future voted prehistoric creature sticker, similar to what we did in Halloween last year. As far as the kisses and hugs, I actually have like Valentine's Day treats here. So you will be getting kisses and hugs from Mama Dodo, and I will be eating kisses and heart-shaped Reese's in real life. So y'all can give me diabetes, essentially. But yeah, that's pretty much the beginning and end of it. If y'all have any questions or concerns about everything, please just let me know and speak out. And it's wonderful having y'all here in participating in this with me. It's gonna be a good, if nothing else, there's a lot of stuff. If nothing else, there's gonna be a lot to watch. So yeah, so welcome in. All right, let's see what this game is about. Yeah. Name Paleomancer's Dodo. Oh, let's see here. We're gonna be idealist. Here's the thing. I go by he, him, but honestly, I haven't really talked about this much. I'm not married. It's not that I'm not married to he, him. It's just that I'm really any. It's really kind of any. Like, it's just, I don't feel married to any particular one. Like, if someone was just like, hey, idealist, do you mind if I, like, call you, like, she, her? And I'm like, sure, I don't care. It's like, all right, if that's what you want to do. Like, I'm not, I don't tie my, it's not that I don't tie myself, it's just any of them doesn't feel wrong. In a really weird way. Do a good thing. Wait, we could change the residence? Hold on. Check this box. Required to show you are committed to jump through hoops when asked. Oh, that's funny. Hold on, employee name. Hold on, they might actually have some like funny stuff in here. In the case of longer names, the expected employee will change their names to meet the requirements. That's really funny. So if your name doesn't fit the box, oh, hold on. Actually, the underscore or space idealist. There it is. There we go. There's enough room. We don't have to change our name. Let's go. Email address, employee, employee me 066. That's really funny. City of residence. What should our city of residence be? And happy Valentine's Day to everyone, by the way. I should probably at least say that. And I am hydrated. I have water. I have a caffeine because your boy, you know, in order to make things that I make, need to weaponize procrastination, and that often leads to staying up way too late before we do something big. So, but at least we don't have to do like a 24-hour stream today. Amen, or am I right? Am I right or am I right? Am I right? My friends in a group chat we're brain rot over this game when it first came out. Yeah, it got real popular real quick. City of residence, we'll call this Paleo Town? I don't know, what would be a good, I feel like that's not smart enough. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, you could do better. Dodo City. I kind of like Dodo City more than Paleo Town. Hey, Estrella, welcome in. We're going to be playing Date Everything. Which should be interesting, because I don't know pretty much anything about this game. Ooh, drew another Spino? Ah, yeah, no. I'll definitely send that to me. I love dinosaurs. Thank you. I also really like this model. All right, let's see. Okay, check this book required to show. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I don't check it. I cross it out. All right, let's see. We got approved. It's that easy, guys. Why don't we just Mesozoic fill that? Oh, I didn't see that until the last second. Damn.
Congratulations.
Oh.
Your degree in customer service has rewarded you with a remote job at Valdivian, one of the foremost mega corporations of our times.
Uh-huh.
Though your house may be large, it is empty, and its halls long for visitors.
Uh-huh.
The sticky notes on your bulletin board remind you of your ultimate aims. But for now, it's time to get to work.
Okay. Oh, the sensitivity. Oh, hold on. Sensitivity. Ooh. Here we go. Yeah, let's get this down to like 5. Oh, that's much better. Oh, oh, right. Hold on. Oop. Let's go ahead and boop boop. Oh, also, I should probably just remove the display capture so that doesn't happen every single time. All right, let's go ahead and open. Add to the Dodo, or not the Dodo. Horseshoe crab times 3. Let's go. Get that out of here. All right. So, find love, get friends, make enemies. So something tells me that I'm going to be moving forward with the idea of we're going to try to make as many friends as possible. Like, that's the goal, is to get as many friends as possible. If we see one that catches our eye, that's going to be a rare experience. But it's going to be, it's possible. It's possible. I even need to do a daily check as I just do daily horseshoe crap. So true. Oh. Is that anything? Okay. You begin experiencing staring at the balloon, or perhaps there is a thematic reason. Maybe. Oh, okay. This is glowing.
Valdivianites, happy Tuesday from your favorite Chief Executive Officer.
I don't even have to voice act.
As you know, every day here
as
at
many
Valdivian
enemies as
is
possible.
a reason to celebrate.
Tempting.
As stipulated in your employment contract. Today, however, is extra monumental, as it's the first official day of our new hire. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome to our team. Out of the 30-ish job applications we didn't immediately burn, yours had the least spelling errors. You're joining us at a very exciting time, and we're all rooting for your success. As it lovingly says on the plaque above our daycare center, Valdivian, our business is family. We're so excited to have you joining ours. Coincidentally, the daycare center has been shuttered indefinitely due to the recent economic downturn. We thank our Director of Child Care Coordination, Irene Thomas, for her inspiring work.
Okay. Well, I'm noticing the perk prices on the right that Mama Dodo's hiding behind. At 1,000 we get a pin. At 5,000 we get a mug. At 8,000 we get a keychain. At 10,000 we get a mug large. And at 75,000 we retire. That's a hell of an escalation.
Hi there.
Right.
You come highly recommended. I've heard great things about your can-do attitude.
Have a good one, Ludo. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you do come back as well. If not, I'll be here tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful day. So I'm eating peanut butter crackers because I'm trying to be a good streamer and taking care of myself. I do have a great attitude. Shut up, Dinglebert. Oh, man. I can't not do Dinglebert.
Huh. Not sure what that's all about. I'll have to look up that term later. I'm Tom, your manager.
Oh, crap, he's our
You
manager.
might find it easier to think of me as a leadership principal guidance associate.
Are you an
I'm
AI?
not from your town myself, but I have heard great, nice things about that specific locale. Seems like you are a customer success strategist. That's
Got you.
wonderful.
A whole lot of nothing.
You should be proud.
I am very much. Sure.
Customers deserve success, and in a strategic way. What could be better? Okay, champ. I'll let you get to it.
I don't even know what I'm doing. What do you mean? Sam's like, you have no idea what you're doing either, do you?
Hey, you there?
Hey Sam.
Hey, hey!
Any advice for my first day?
Just keep that customer service robot voice on at all times, and no matter how mad you get, never give it back to them. And remember, I might have set you up for this job, but you got it because you deserve it.
Uh-huh,
You
sure.
Literally have a degree in customer service.
Sure.
That's right! Oh geez, here comes my manager. I gotta get back to work. Good luck, okay? You got this.
Do people not capitalize their eyes? Guys, I'm going to be real with you. If you don't capitalize your eyes, I don't trust you. Straight up, I don't trust you. If you cannot hit that shift key when you hit the eye every single time, I don't know. What are you doing? What are you doing with that? You can't. Okay, sewing machine?
Broken sewing machine.
I always have to capitalize my eyes. It bothers me when people don't. Exactly! Exactly. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm suspecting something. Let's see if my suspicion were suspectedly. Mama Dodo, I knew you looked too small. There we go. Sorry, hold on. Mama Dodo, don't eat that mushroom. There you go. We're good. I was wondering, I was like, why does Mama Dodo look so small? I don't remember Mama Dodo being that small before. It was she's always been a little loaf, but it was a littler loaf than usual. I forgot that I minimized it for the last game that we played, which was the new Macmillan game. And we shrunk so that y'all could see some stuff. That's right. I have a broken sewing machine. What seems to be the problem?
Oh, I don't know. It stopped sewing a couple of years ago.
Oh. Sorry to hear
Can I
that.
get a refund, though?
Sure, why not? Is it my job to save the company money? No one said that. I don't care.
Hello, I purchased this book and I'm extremely angry about it. Is there a manager I can speak to?
Please wait while I transfer to my manager. I'm sorry to hear that.
Damn right you're sorry. Sorry looking.
Oh, how dare you? How do they know? You'll be issuing info shortly. To me, how the book made
This
you angry?
book purports to give you the secret to success in 8 easy methods.
Mhm.
Mr. Cobram is a liar and a fraud. I've tried all his methods and I have not succeeded. How dare he peddle a book of such ill repute? I need to lodge a formal complaint with Mr. Cobram and his ilk.
Let me transfer you to Mr. Cobram personally.
You can do that?
Of course, Mr. Cobram is a large supporter of Valentines.
Gracious.
Yeah, see? There you go. Easy peasy. Yeah, it's like, hey, you think he sucks? It sounds like he does suck. Go rip into him. Go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna be a roadblock for you and yelling at people who deserve it.
I ordered this couch, but it popped it on my kitchen is all wet and covered with wet stuff.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay.
Can you explain how it popped?
Sure. I blew it up and sat on it, and then it popped.
You said your kitchen is wet?
Yeah.
Were you using this couch in the kitchen?
Oh, yeah. That's the best place for watching TV while fixing my knife.
If you use nice near the couch, that will avoid the warranty.
Why don't they ever tell you this?
I'm sorry to hear about your
Okay,
loss.
bye.
Okay.
I am a science teacher.
Bye.
Pronto Palace High School, go Harridans. And I ordered this as part of a series in which I give students an element to take care of to learn how to be a good parent. This is not cobalt. It did not respond to normal cobalt stimuli.
What? 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 My science brain short-circuiting. First, my mind was just like, all right, kids, each of you are going to get an element on the periodic table. John, you're going to get uranium. John's like, what? I don't know what this is. Ah! Strala, you and I had the same thought. This type of science is it's about, are you single? What should it do normally?
Well, normal cobalt is ferromagnetic.
Right.
This is paramagnetic.
Oh. Well. Let's see here. Can you prove you're a science teacher?
Yes, of course. I have my credentials and have tested top 50% in the country.
That's not as big of a brag as you think it is. Are you a super villain?
Why would you ask me that?
Only bad guys make stuff like elements from a sword thing.
I understand now. But no.
If you're super villain, what would your superpowers be? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Well, here it is. It's like the top of size above my current Valdavian level. Listen, I think at this point, everything in Roblox is not looking super great. But the community, listen, communities can always be weird. It's just how it is. Not the are you single. This type of size is above my current Valdivian level. Let's do that then.
Meeting?
Please wait while I transfer you to my manager.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel.
Hello,
and
Emmanuel.
I have counted precisely 480 paper clips in this box. I would like a refund promptly. Thank you.
That is our mistake. Shortly. Please wait while I transfer you to the manager. Yeah. This is our mistake. You counted every single one?
Yes, every single one.
That's wild.
You are the one who is wild to continue this line of inquiry. Your company is the one who is wild to continue blatantly selling incorrectly labeled goods. Refund.
This is our mistake. Will be issued.
Thank you for noticing. Have a happy day to you and your soul.
Thank you. All right, cool. Anyway, hey, David Most, you got something to say about Mr. Paperclip Guy?
Salutations from the chatbot that has replaced your CEO, David Most. Just kidding. CEO is an extremely important position, and there is no way a computer could ever replicate the
Bro, this is too real.
Expertise and warmth.
This is too real.
Daily to bring leadership to our team and value to our shareholders. Humanity is absolutely integral to the transformative work we do here at Valdivian.
The one job that could probably be replaced with AI is the one that's not being replaced by AI.
In every single aspect of this company. Excluding, of course, the following departments: sales, marketing, finance, legal, operations, public relations, communications, product, research and development, customer service, facilities, janitorial, and, of course, human resources. If your department has been affected, however, do not fear. Your new Val 9000 AI assistant isn't here to replace you. It's merely a useful tool to help you determine if your job is obsolete. Speaking of, please join me in bidding a fond Valdivian farewell to Glenn Bernard and the amazing artificial intelligence team that built the Val 9000. While the Val 9000 has unfortunately determined your incredible skills would be better utilized elsewhere, your contributions to our shareholders won't soon be forgotten.
God, this is so this is actually real. This is 100%. Oh my gosh, that sucks. I'm just like, yeah. No, that's actually like a thing.
Got a quick minute?
Sure thing, Tom.
Oh, knew you were always good for a quick minute.
Hey, what do you mean by that, Tom?
Valdivian has done some really
We do have an HR
intense
department still.
research.
Calm down.
And it looks like Val 9000, the latest iterative AI tech, is going to be taking over your job for the foreseeable future.
Should we as a species be concerned about this?
I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
So I guess we don't necessarily need you around anymore, but we can't exactly let you go without cause. You and I are in something called labor limbo. We'll be around until we specifically muck things up, which then they can terminate us with cause. So, no muck. I'm over here doing my best too. Keep following the leadership principles and I'll check in with further updates.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I was getting my treats out. Alright. Alright, well, hey Sam, what the fuck?
So, are you one of the affected people?
You lost my job,
I mean,
yeah.
I knew this was coming soon, but like, didn't
Welcome in,
expect
Scallion.
it today. Sorry for getting you this job and then getting you fired.
First of all, you didn't get me fired. They just they made my job obsolete. That's not on them. That's not on them. They didn't get me fired. I doubt that if they knew this was gonna happen immediately, they wouldn't have gone through the whole thing. I'm not fired. I'm in limbo yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah? That kind of makes sense. In a completely twisted way, of course.
Right.
Well, they're gonna lock you out of here on your computer, so we can't talk here anymore. Are you on Discord?
Discord? That's really funny. That's really good. Props. I like the pun. Yeah, I signed up, but I didn't know anyone.
Well, you do now.
Hell
We should
yeah.
talk there more. Who
Yeah,
knows who's
luckily they don't do
listening to us
anything
here.
problematic, like
Talk to you
making
later.
minors be required to show their face and or prove licensure. That would be really crazy if they did that. Would you like to leave your computer? You want people to return later? Sure. But I have someone on Discord. Oh, okay. Been watching X-Files. It's so pretty. I love her. X-Files? I need to go back and rewatch it. It's so iconic. Tinfoil hat.
Oh. Okay, here goes nothing.
Uh-huh. Who are you?
Well, that's not important. Think of me as a friendly yet anonymous hacker. Any second now, you will receive a delivery via drone to your front door. Tell absolutely no one it is in your possession. I will return with further instructions when the time is right.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the one time someone hacked into my email and then they sent like an email to themselves, like directed to me, the owner of the email, saying like, hey, if you go to the police or ignore this email, I'll send all your like personal like inappropriate histories to everyone that you love and etc. Like, it's very much just like, oh, if you tell anybody about this, I'm gonna make you regret it, like that kind of thing. And then the first thing I did was report it. Nothing happened. Like, literally nothing. Just calling the bluff, being like, okay, do it. I'm gonna at the very least gonna be doing the right thing with it. Oh no, people are gonna know that I watch inappropriate stuff on the internet. Oh man, man, that's awful. Since I'm the only one in the world that does it, that's crazy. Even in that situation, I would still just be like, whatever. Who cares? Wins that? Yeah, let's do wins that.
Well, not now.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I was just noticing all the little pips. Okay, we're good. Leave the office and reflect on your life choices. I mean, as of right now, this is actually a pretty good deal. I, like, at this point, I should just work on personal stuff. I should learn how to code and all that other kind of stuff. All right. I thought it was at the front door. Why are you trying to break through my window? Hey, this is actually kind of like a scary. What? He's trying to break into my house. He broke into my house. Hey guys, I didn't know this was a horror game. What the hell was that? Hold on. Self and well-being guide. The secret life of inanimate objects. My gosh. Hey, you're paying for that. I just got put into limbo. Alright, what is this? Hey, Brana, welcome in. We got the glasses. The glasses that make everybody attractive.
I'm not quite sure how it happened, but there's a smiling, pink-haired stranger standing just a few feet away from you.
Ghost! Ghost! I have holy water in a spray can at my waist, and I'm just like, I like run to the kitchen, get some salt, and just start throwing salt at her. I'm like super paranoid about ghosts. It's like, no, I'm not a ghost. I'm a hallucination. It's much worse. Much worse.
You don't remember inviting anyone over. You certainly remember inviting someone this cute to your house.
You don't need to tell me. Listen, first of all, how dare you assume that I think she's cute? But she is cute, and you are correct.
Hey there! Your life is about to change.
For the better, right? For the better, right? She, like, remains silent. Anyways. I hope you're ready. Shut up, I hate you already is fucking wild. I would like to skip this particular conversation. Talking pair of glasses.
You know it, but I'm not just any pair of
Okay, first of all, why would that be my first assumption? Why would that be the first assumption? Is the ghost because inanimate objects of the universe have souls? I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. That would be funny if, like, ghost stuff actually kind of worked. Like, suddenly it's just like, the pair of glasses, make sure you just don't have crosses in the house. And it's like, why? It messes with my sensors. Yeah, that's it. And it's like, and holy water? Oh yeah, no, that's also bad for us, for whatever reason. This game has Odo comment if you romance a character enough. Oh yeah, no, I have rated M up. Is there like, do you happen to know if there's like a streamer setting? Where it's just like, hey, I'm live, please don't show me anything too inappropriate. Oh, this game is rated M, so that's why the M is on the screen as well. Yeah, just so you don't get TOS. Yeah, no, I don't know either, but good to know. For the most part, I don't... Listen, I've already said this at the beginning. You know, I'm Demi, so... like, everyone's already just in the neutral zone of not interested romantically until I know them enough, and then maybe, but like, until then, it's just, these are all just attractive people. But a lot of people in the world are attractive, but that doesn't mean I want to approach them romantically. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I also just find it really funny. Ooh, hydrate, thank you. Which is glacius. My body thanks you. To immediately go like, a talking pair of glasses, that wouldn't be in the top 10. That wouldn't even be the top 10 of assumptions of what just happened. I would be like, oh, have you possessed my glasses? Like, I would have, like, hey, are you a thing that's possessed this thing? And like, and then it should probably be like, technically yes. But I'm not just any pair of glasses.
I'm here to help you out.
Uh-huh, help me out with what?
I'm a pair of Date Theater glasses. My name is Skylar Specs.
Hello, Skylar Specs. I'm not going to remember your name. Just letting you know that right now.
Woohoo!
Yeah. Are you a demon? Skylar! If I say your full name, if I say it 3 times, we'll start summoning circles everywhere. It's like, no. Why are you... I also just like the story of this is happening to someone who is deathly afraid of the paranormal. And instead of this being a dating simulator, it's like a simulator of just trying to get the ghosts out of your home. It's just like, demon, get out of here! Shoo! It's like, oh, why'd I been here the whole time? What do you mean? All right, Skylar Specs, what do you got?
My lenses have special properties. They allow you to directly acknowledge
Exactly,
a
Ready.
thing's existence.
They allow you to directly acknowledge a thing's existence. Isn't that just talking?
Or date.
Oh. Okay.
You see all the things around your house? Things you might have taken for granted?
Like my trash pile over there, and they look, the screen scans over, and there are 3 piles of trash that hasn't been taken outside, and they're like, oh yeah, that too. But also, so it's fully compatible with Deltarune, right? I was gonna say, like, isn't this just Deltarune? It's Deltarune, but you can date them. You should probably go clean that. I mean, I could, or I could look at it. And I looked at with the glasses, and it's just becomes this amalgamation because it's technically made up of multiple smaller objects that have been morphed into one giant object, which I think would be an abomination. So, yeah, just a thought. You scan an object, but it turns out they're dead from neglect. That would be crazy. Like, it's like I look at my plant, and I'm like, plant that's been dead for a while, and I'm like, I wonder if they need water. If I do this, they'll tell me they need water. And I look at it, and it's just a corpse. It's oh God. Well, too late for that, I guess. Oh gosh.
Now you have the power to get to know them better.
Uh-huh.
A lot better.
I mean, I get it. Like, we get to have conversations. What else could you possibly mean? She just kind of looks at me. She's like, damn it, of course we got an asexual. It's like, hey, I'm not fully asexual.
And I have a feeling, just a silly old little feeling,
Then
just
draw
a
it.
grumpy feeling in my little tum-tum.
Oh, please don't say that. Don't say that ever again. We may date everything, the tone would be wildly different. It really would, but I also kind of really dig it. I really dig just like the nuance of just picking this apart. Oh my gosh. Making a man with carpal tunnel draw. Well, rest, use your other hand. Just use your other hand. Never say it can't take $20, right?
That it'll help make your life a little bit more richer.
What makes you think my life isn't currently rich right now? Skylar's like, it's like I have a life full of people that I care about and hobbies that I love doing and a community that I love being a part of. Like, what's there to be missing? She's like, she starts sweating. It's like, oh, I didn't know glasses could sweat.
And maybe find some love. Love that is all around you.
Are you trying to sell me something? Like, I'm just my eyes squinting. Like, are you trying to sell me something?
In fact, let's go on a date right now.
Oh wait, that's a little forward. I don't even know you. I don't know you! What? I'm not ready for that.
Oh, it's okay. It won't hurt.
Okay, first of all, that's not an appropriate response to no. I don't know you! Get out of my house! We immediately smash the glasses, cut to credits, right? Exactly.
Yet.
Girl?
Just kidding. I'm a kidder. I find it easier to cover my feelings in low-hanging humor to cover my unbelievably dismal self-esteem.
That is the first thing that you've actually said that in this entire time that I can actually identify as like your actual self. And now we can actually start to get to know each other better. That's the start. You have to be upfront and honest. That's the start of the whole thing. As soon as you put on like a little fake-ona, a fake persona, I'm not interested. Because I don't want that. I don't want the fake shit. I have always hated the fake shit. Get the pepper spray that turns into person with the pepper spray hair. Wait, that's a thing? That's also really funny.
Yeah, I I'm sad inside.
Hey, yo, same. High five. Can you high five glasses or will that break you?
So, we are going to awaken our first dateable object.
I mean, sure.
Go up to a door, any door, and shoot some cool beams at it. Yeah, pew, 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 go, go.
She seems like somebody that would be fun to play Marvel Rivals with. You know what I mean? A good player, too, for co-op games. That's the vibe that I get from her. You know? My scientist just goes insane having the glasses, right? You don't understand! The glasses make women appear! And it's like, what? It's like, David, are you okay? We work in a bean factory. Press tab to switch between glasses on and off mode. Hold down space when wearing the glasses while aimed at an object to speak to it. Cool. You said any door, right? Alright, let's go to a different door. Let's go to this door. What happens here? You weren't expecting that, huh? Or I take the glasses off and now I won't ever use you again. Bye! I'm not gonna use you. I'm just gonna be bored. Alright, fine. Let me... Streamer plays the game and then refuses to play the game. Alright.
You're still standing in your house.
Oh.
But the unbelievable amount of bouncer energy radiating from the tall stranger who's just appeared in front of you would have you believe you're standing outside of a club.
Okay, I have questions. I have questions. One, why does he have a number lock on his arm when the door is just a handle? Two, why does he have tats when there's nothing on the door themselves? Three, is that paper clips on his ears? I'm trying to figure out what the whole ear thing is. And finally, four, who does his hair? What barber does he go to? Why isn't it from the Stanley Parable here? Because he's good at his job. All right. Door chain. Oh, door chain. Got you. Okay, I see it. I see it. But again, the tats. There's no design on the door that gives me any inclination that would become tats. You don't need tats to be a bouncer. It gives you a buff though.
No funny business. I don't want to see those spectacles being used for something untoward.
Hey, welcome in, Silver. Welcome in. How are you doing on this fine day? This is me playing Date Everything for the first time, and it's a good time. However, I feel like people are not expecting the way I'm going to be approaching this game. But yeah, welcome in. If you need to do any like post-stream care, feel free to be sure to take care of yourself, drink lots of water, get some food, and do what you need to do. But my name is The Idealist. We are actually doing a charity stream for starting today for the next week, in which we're going to help trans people get to the gender-affirming care if they don't have access to where they live. So, in regards to stream for a cause is what we're gonna be, who we're working with. Yeah, hell yeah. Then you already know. You already know. So thank you for, if you would like to participate. Thank you, Ratty. I appreciate that. And you can use the command to donate however you want, and then we have the pin as far as what you get for how much you donate, etc. But if all you want to do is just hang out, that's also fine too. Know that your attention is worth literally billions. Companies are spending billions of dollars to grab your attention, and yet you're freely giving it to me. So thank you. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, my stream is tomorrow, so I was hoping to find somebody today. Excellent! That's perfect. I will be, I'm planning on streaming pretty much every day for the next, like, week, except for Thursday. So if you're, after we're done with this stream, I'll give you a follow as well. And if you're up, I'll be sure to rate it to you as well. Yeah! I managed to convince a handful of people to do some collabs. So I'm excited for that. What were you up to just now? Let's see here. Why is the game thing broken? It looks like you were doing art. Gotcha. What were you drawing? If you don't mind me asking. I myself like to draw. I also make all my little drawings here, including Sailor Moon Mama Dodo, which is going to be the one that we're going to be rocking with for for the next week or so. No funny business. I want to see the spectacles being something toward. Okay. So we could date the bouncer. See, here's the thing. I have some hesitations with that. Not there's anything wrong with being a bouncer, but it does comes with certain like questions as far as like how do you handle your anger? Is it more you're more explosive or implosive? Like I have questions. I have follow-up questions. I went to a wedding in a Final Fantasy 14 last night. And it was so inspired. I drew the bride and groom. Ooh, that's so cool. I love that. I've gone to a handful of Final Fantasy 14 weddings as well. That's really beautiful. If you so desire, no pressure whatsoever. I do have a Discord that and we have an art section, and I would love to see the progress of that. If you're willing, or you can share it with me however you see fit. Normally I would be like, send the link. I would love to see it, but Twitch doesn't like people sending links, so I can't just do that. That was the first one that I have attended. Ooh, well, I'm glad that was a good experience for you. Yeah, those are things, Brana. Final Fantasy 14 weddings are I wouldn't say very common, but I've gone to like good 3 or 4 of them, and a lot of my friends are married to each other in that game. Probably sending a link on Discord once we're both. Yeah. Shoot it over there, or share it in the art section in that Discord. Yeah, that's more than fine. Because I would love to see the progress of it. That's so cool. Oh gosh, I do need this fan on. All right. Okay. Can someone send the link in the Discord? I can't click it here. Yes. I will. The first ad break, I'll send it in the Discord for you, Scallion. Okay. Now back to Dorian's like waiting patiently. But you know what? As far as like bouncers go, waiting patiently is kind of their whole thing. So good for them. All right, don't need to grunt at me.
Hey, Dorian. Trust me, this is going to go super well.
So how do y'all know each other exactly? Because you just arrived. Skylar, you literally broke through the window of the door to get into my house. Why do you think you're in any kind of good relationship with the bouncer that you just broke the face of?
You sure about that?
I guess they're on good terms. I don't know how or why, but I guess they are. Yeah, I'm looking for love. Me, I'm just along for the ride. I am Chaos Reborn. That seems... Okay, listen. We're starting to get into a little bit of, like... It's like, oh... My eye, it twitches. The evil must be taken. Like that's the level that I'm getting here. Chaos! I'm along for the ride.
I'll believe it when I see it.
See me along for the ride? I mean, that's a strange reaction of me saying I'm just here vibing, my guy. Jory just waited while on Untitled was talking to a bunch of tiny copies of itself. Right? Pretty much.
After awakening an object for the first time, you get to speak with them here.
Here at the door, or just here on this screen?
You get to speak with each object once per day.
Each object once per day. Does that mean I get to do every object in this house once per day, or there's only one object, one talking? I guess we'll find out.
We get a little knackered by using this newfangled date Viator rubbish, you see.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If someone normally wouldn't be able to talk to me, and then suddenly they're able to talk to me, it's off-putting. Plus, it ruins the plans for the day. I get it.
Sometimes when you reach a certain level of affection with a dateable object, your relationship status changes.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Scallion.
There are 3 statuses: love, friendship, and hate. Love can get you towards some really special paths for those you are truly interested in.
I mean, again, we're Demi, so we're most likely gonna be friends for vast majority of it. Hey, thank you for the donation, Ratty. Let's go, Big L. $15. That's huge. Thank you. Which means not only do you get access to all... Well, hold on, where's the stuff? I had the stuff. Oh, I had it prepped and then I closed it out of instinct. Because of course I did. And then now... Yes, so now... Oh. Why did it go again? Did we get another one? Or was it just a thing? I don't know. I heard it twice. So now we upgrade the charity to a hand-drawn graphic, so that will be started for tomorrow. So I appreciate so I'm sure everyone appreciates it. You're entered for the raffle. We get a kiss, so you get a kiss from Mama Dodo and a hug from Mama Dodo, which also means you're participating in giving me diabetes, but I'll eat a kiss and a Reese's heart, as well as when we vote for the creature, you get 50% off on your sticker. So congratulations and thank you for your support as always, and I'm sure a lot of people are very thankful for that. Yes. All right, let's have this keep going while I one-shot on what you treated me with.
But it's not necessarily the best of the options in my mind.
Uh-huh.
Dorian is a big defender of friendship.
You know what? You and me both, my guy. Hell yeah. We'll do like a fist bump. There's an explosion.
If everyone were friends, the world would be an awful lot safer, in my opinion.
You know what? You may have questionable... Ella, my God! Welcome in, thank you so much for it, for your support. I'm eating even more candy now. Welcome in. Thank you. Y'all are way too generous today. Damn. Hell yeah. We are $40 in, so what you will get, Ella. I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it. You're already entered for the Deltarune raffle. You're gonna kiss from Mama Dodo, a hug from Mama Dodo, aka I'm gonna eat some Reese's. Why does it happen twice? That's, you know what? That's fine. And then you'll get 50% off the sticker. Yeah, smooch from Mama Dodo, and a hug from Mama Dodo. All right, we're gonna eat both, and we're gonna do it. Please. Okay.
I've seen the complications of love. I've lived through the jealous quarrels of hate.
Ella, have you played this game? This seems like a game you would love to play. You are the queen of gooning. I don't know where... Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. Of course you fell in love with the Shadow. Of course you did. Wasn't it like Shadow Killer 420XX69 or something? Was that the name of it? I forget. I remember seeing a clip of it. Listen, you're either going to love the way I'm going to play this game or you're going to hate the way I'm going to play this game. I'm going to be so real with you. Just know that we are on different ends of the spectrum here. All right. I lived through jealous quarrels of hate. You know what? To be fair, we're on the right side of it on here. I'm going to be moving forward with the idea of we're going to be friends. We might meet some people, objects, beings sound right. Beings that may trigger it. Who knows? It's hard to tell who has the it factor and who doesn't have an it factor. It, not ick, by the way.
A true bond is one between two friends with none of the intricacies of romantic tension.
This guy is definitely ace.
That's our bouncer Dorian talking, but you can go toward whichever one you like.
Uh-huh.
Even hate, which isn't my fave personally.
Hold on, I gotta ask this question. Guys, you can spoil this one for me. Is there hate sex in this game? Something tells me. Hell yeah, Silver. Hell yeah. Go to the Ghost concert. Hell yeah. What sex? You know what? I'll tell you when you're older, champ. I'll just let you act like a menace. Of course y'all do.
You speaking of Reggie?
I thought that said speaking a Reggie. And I'm like, what? What's a Reggie?
Ugh, don't remind me.
Okay, so y'all don't like Reggie.
Human, you seem like a good soul. So we'll be friends. For now.
Hell yeah, dude. I always respect my doors.
Friends.
Hell yeah. Hell
As
yeah,
it
my
should
guy.
be.
And again, not sure how you managed to get tattoos, but you know what? We're
Feels
gonna not
good,
question
yeah?
it because
But
it's a fantasy
friendship
setting.
Get you even more than that.
Okay, what does friendship get me? Question mark?
I call it specs points.
Specs points. Okay. Is it another acronym for something important?
Take a look at this cool personality chart. Number go up.
Uh-huh. Oh. Ash, you get kicked out for the library for being too boring. So sass, smarts, poise, empathy, and charm. Hey Zelda, welcome in. Interesting. Okay, so we unruffled. It's like watching. Okay, got you. So poise is high. Okay. Okay. Key. Oh. So it's just we have different stat stuff.
Each
Gotcha.
dateable object has points to give whenever you achieve an official relationship status with them. Get more of them to be able to choose some more advanced options.
Advanced options. Yeah. You have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. It was wonderful seeing you, and I hope you wish you luck on your art project that you're working on. Going to the zoo with a partner and her other partner will pop back. All right, sounds good, Australa. Have fun. Let me know how it is at the zoo, okay? House Polycule. Oh, you sent the drawing. Oh, sorry. I misread it. Excellent. Yeah, I'll check it out during the ad break. Yeah, I read it too quickly. That's my bad. Poise, I feel ever so slightly more confident.
You wear it well.
Thank you.
You can check out your specs points on your phone, which... Wait.
I mean, we should probably look at our phone, right?
We gotta talk to your phone.
Probably. If we're going to be interacting with the phone, we should at least introduce ourselves.
Duty calls, love.
Bye, Dorian.
Duty calls. My guy, I'm talking to... Isn't it your job? Okay, that's fine.
Take out your phone and then shoot my beams while it's out.
What's with you and shooting beams? What are you, Tracer? Alright. Alright, and then... There we go. Who do we got here?
Beautiful stranger with a dazzling smile appears
Hey!
in front of
Good
you,
design. I like
shooting
this
you a
one.
knowing wink.
Yeah, I like the little Bluetooth there. I'm liking the whole
She
dress
turns
thing.
that
So
megawatt
good.
smile your way, and it feels like the sun is shining only on you.
I mean, that's great and all, but if we could just turn that down at nighttime, that'd be great.
Hey there. Ooh, I like it much better up here where I can see your face.
Yeah, she is pretty, isn't she? And now my phone is talking. Hey, you're a phone. I get it. I would like to skip this. What's with being rude? Well, I guess if you're trying to make enemies of everyone, that's the way to go about it. Whoa, what's just happened? Let's do. And now my phone is talking.
Your phone? We'll see about that. You gotta win me over first, honey.
Girl, whose phone are you then? Wait a minute. Hold on. What does it say on the administrative thing? Like on the thing? Does it say anybody else? I mean, you can be your own phone. I don't mind. But like, damn.
Of course, to do that, someone's gotta show you how things work.
Right.
Hello.
Phoenicia. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna remember that.
Hey there.
So true. So true, Barbaric.
Oh, you must be Skylar. Glad we've got the human on board with the latest tech from Valdivian.
Uh-huh.
I've been doing a little tutorial with him about how things work.
Yeah, she's the tutorial boss. And they're like, what?
Oh, well, my sweet human. Lucky for you, I've got a gap in my schedule and a soft spot for that lost puppy look.
Phoenicia, I'm gonna need you to let... You know what? Like, what else do you... do when you're not in my pocket and when I need to use you? What do you do then? I'm hacking your... I'm transmitting your data to everywhere, silly. It's like, oh, can you not do that? That'd be great. Oh, yeah, let's kind of schedule does this phone have?
All of them. Yours, mine. I stream sometimes for my own socials. And
What?
still got to make sure I don't lose battery or overheat.
What are you streaming from my phone? Yeah, does your dress have any games? The objects aren't actually alive. They're AI from a company trying to make you dependent on them. I mean, maybe. Like, for real, baby.
Anyway.
Yeah, right? Streaming my pocket, like the pocket noises of me running or walking around, and then you hear just the muffle things of me talking, and then it's just like, yeah, people love that.
I installed some apps on your phone that are only accessible when you put on your glasses.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like, not 2.5D. What is it? Augmented reality?
Bring out your phone, put on the glasses, and you'll see some new ones.
Yeah, but why?
One of them is an app Skylar made called the Data Dex.
The Data Dex? My god. There's Pokemon in this game. Oh, no. You open up Pokemon, they're all human. No! No! Not again! You just get, like, flashbacks of, like, people used to take Pokemon. It's like, no, please, not again! No! It's like the screaming dude anime. Like, bing! Ah! Bing!
It's my way to keep track of all sorts of fun info about us dateable objects.
Because there are a lot of us around this house.
Yeah, there are a lot of objects in a house. Yeah. Can I date this railing?
Ooh, you know what? Maggie the Magnifying Glass also just dropped a really cool app.
Isn't that just Digimon? Digimon are not human, though. Or human appearance? Like, some of them are. Okay, some of them are. But you can't tell me the giant Rex-looking dude. I forget his name. Because I forget names. Because my brain is doo-doo garbage sometimes. Especially with names. That's not human. Some of them are. Some of them are definitely in that. But they also, like, talk like people. So I guess I could kind of see it.
Ooh, gotta run! Another call coming in!
From whom?
Bye, Phoenicia!
Okay. So my phone is double dipping with other people. That's what I'm learning. My phone is two timing. It's not my phone. It's a phone that they decide who they're going to interact with in a particular business. Got it. Sure. Onward.
Now, go awaken the magnifying glass in the living room.
Which,
Okay.
of course, is conveniently located on its own little shelf next to the piano.
Okay, how many of y'all actually own a magnifying glass? Because I don't. Where was it? I was talking. And as we all know, when you talk, you can't hear. Oh. Let's go back down. Okay. Shift is not... Shift is crouch. Good to know. I see the remote. I see a pirate bottle. Pirate bottle? A bottle... A ship in a bottle. Hey, this would be a great one of those, like, little indicators that are just like, hey, it's over here! Pirate? Yeah, there might be a pirate. Hello, can you open... Okay, perfect. Vacuum cleaner. Where are you? Hey, where are you? Hold on. Alright, no. Is it in here? And I'm just stupid? I shouldn't say that. I need to stop saying that. Next to the piano? Thank you. Thank you. Next to the piano. Oh. This... I saw this as looking at here, which, you know, in hindsight doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But to me, that looked like a figurine. that looked like a figurine that would kind of like looks like a sword and almost like a halo. I thought it was an anime figurine. I'm not even kidding you. I was like, oh, that's a neat figurine, and then I just kind of kept walking. All right, let's see.
There's a
Hey, what's
distinct
up?
air of mystery to the private eye that stands before you. She reminds you of the old detective serials your parents used to watch.
Why don't you just wear glasses, girl?
She gives you a scrutinizing glare through her magnifying glass, one eye comically enlarged. It's especially goofy looking to see it on someone with glasses.
Oh, you do wear glasses. So you need to get a different prescription.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
Do y'all not know my name? That's another question. How much do they know of me? I've been living in this house, right? So you would think they would know me by this point. Or maybe they, like, their consciousness didn't awaken until the glasses came on, so they're, like, meeting me for the first time, which is probably the way they're going about it. You've never seen this one?
Aha!
I thought we were still in the introduction. That's not right. What's the word? Tutorial. So I assumed everyone saw this.
I think I've seen a description for someone wearing just such a fantastic red shirt.
Oh, you think my red shirt's fantastic? Thank you.
You're not a suspect, are you?
I might be. I don't know. That's honestly, I don't know.
Very suspicious behavior, this not knowing.
Girl, you don't know either.
Maggie, it's our human's first day talking with us. Go a little easy on him.
Nah, you're good.
Interesting. These glasses come in from the outside and are already trying to influence my case?
That's actually true. That's actually a true statement.
Trust me, this human has a lot of potential to make this house a better place.
Hey, Skylar. Let me talk to you over here real quick. You just arrived. You're not even like my glasses. Like, you got a hacker dude threw you into my house through the front door. What is this? What is happening? I'll do my best, but no guarantees.
Truthful. Regardless, as you are the human, I should give you a way to track down all the suspects yourself to keep you on my side.
Looks at the Mama Dodo.
Hopefully.
Of course.
I call this feature Rumors. It's installed on your phone.
Oh, rumors, like The Room, but also like the gossip.
Ooh, that tickles.
Oh, are you two a thing?
Unlike Skylar's Datadex that gives you the lowdown on those you've already met, Rumors tracks clues you've been given to locate all the pesky, hidden objects that are tricky to find. It's good for rounding up suspects, tracking down evidence, and getting a sense of the household scuttlebutt.
The household scuttlebutt? What? Cool, can't wait to find all of you. Sure.
It'll be tough, but worth it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Listen, that'll tickle that'll scratch the completionist itch in my brain to at least find and befriend all of them.
The more you find, the better your specs will be.
Okay, sure, why not?
Take a look at Rumors in your phone. It'll help you find your way to your last dateable for today.
Interesting.
Good luck, Gumshoe.
It's getting late. Who should be the last one we talk to before I run out of charges?
Oh, you run on batteries? How do I plug you in?
Oh, check out that rumor Maggie gave you if you need ideas. Wink, wink.
Girl. Oh, it's nighttime. Let's go. Maybe the Shadow Man is around. I'm the Shadow Man. We're going to go to ad break. I'm the Shadow Man. I'm gonna eat all your tomatoes. I'm the Shadow Man. We're gonna hold off a sec while we do ads. And we go back to sitting position. I have a standing desk. And we switch because it's healthy to stand and sit, but not for long periods of time. Ugh. But how are y'all doing? Oh, right. I wanted to check the blue sky, the thing, and I'm gonna turn this off so that it's not. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a sentence. Certainly. Let's see here. Oh yeah, definitely. I'll accept that. Ooh, yeah. Let's see it. Oh, silver! It looks so good. Oh, that's so good. You're talented. Good line work. That's yeah. Good job. Seriously, good job. I like the details. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I love the little details. See, I struggle with clothing. You do very good job with clothing. Yeah. And I'm just kind of absorbing it. Yeah, and your framing is really good too. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with me. People, it's not, it's scary sometimes showing works in progress. You know what I mean? When you're not it's not done. I don't want people to see it until it's done. And then getting to the point where it feels like it's done. Yeah. Oh, the Red Bull ads? Red Bull ads. That's unfortunate. All right, let's see here. Let's make sure. Let's see the new Spinosaurus. Ooh, the new Spinosaurus. Oh, Ludo. I know you can't hear me because you're gone, but that Spinosaurus looks so good. Ludo does such good dinosaurs. It's crazy. Hell yeah. All right, that's going. That's going. Let's make sure that everything on the Discord, make sure that's going. All right, cool. Just checking all this stuff. Red Bull. See, I don't like Red Bull. However, Red Bull mixed with alcoholic drinks actually go pretty hard. So if you are legal to drink and don't have any physical restrictions. I recommend giving it a try because it's pretty good. All right, welcome back. So we need to go to rumors. Here it is. Swedish Dreams says Downy Damsel offers rest for the wary. During the calamity's amenity, getting rejected might be expected. Dorian mentioned someone named Reggie when you first met him. Specs Ops directly acknowledges Bling's existence. You can speak with Skylar using her fancy app found by wearing these glasses while looking at the phone. Okay. Speak with Skylar using her fancy app found by wearing the glasses. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Alright. So we made a horror AU of this game. Ooh. Interesting. Let me know. Oh my. Is that Kratos? I'm now looking at all the unique silhouettes. That looks like almost a lantern? Oh yeah. Let's let me put this over in the Discord for you, Scallion, because you asked for that. Boom. Put that in here. I'll also say hi to Silver. Welcome in, by the way. Excellent. All right, that's Dorian. He looks okay. First of all, why? I thought his whole thing was being stoic. Granted, you know what? I'm glad to see that he's smiling. Ooh, okay. Why did he's naked? All right. Yeah, there's two of me. One of them is my personal account, and one of them is my streaming account. So I believe what they're gonna make me go to bed. And by go to bed, they're gonna make me talk to my bed. Hey, how you doing?
Standing here in your bedroom, you're struck by the realization that it's been entirely
Ooh, I love the frames being the corset.
Who wasn't, well, you.
Okay.
How strange then, that the beauty standing before you feels so familiar, even though
She
you're
does
certainly
look
seen
very
her in your
comfy.
life.
They did a very good job with her design that she just feels very comfy.
She's all curves and comfort.
Ooh.
A soft body and softer facial
Love me
features
someone who's
that seem
curves
to
and
invite
comfort.
one closer
That is true.
subconsciously. She's
Hey there, stranger.
Hello. She is very pretty. Do I know you? Smash. But that's like you for everyone, Ella.
Of course you do, honey. I'm Betty, and I'm your bed.
No, she's very cute. But most, yeah. Listen, I certainly haven't felt anyone that I
We've
was
been
like, I
sleeping
want to
together
hate.
So many years, it would be a little weird if you didn't know me, don't you think?
She just might be in the mood. Love the punny names, right? He's like, I've been sleeping with a beautiful woman. I didn't even know it. That's funny. I feel like I definitely remember sleeping with someone as pretty as you. I've been alone for a lot longer than I'd like to admit. I definitely remember sleeping with someone as pretty as you.
I've been here for it all, darling. But we can make some new memories from here on.
Okay, a little forward, but all right.
It's a shame for someone as cute as you to be alone for so long, isn't it?
She really is coming on strong.
Will you be bringing someone back here anytime soon?
And she's down for multiple. Okay. Very open-minded. Lovely. I don't see how it's any of your business. First of all, it is her business. You'd be bringing them to her. So she's like, yeah, it would be my business because I'm gonna be there. It's not really my thing. I hope so. I haven't been alone. I haven't been alone by choice. I don't really like any of these options, but I guess the first one might be the best. I feel like this would be an inconvenience to some degree. It depends. I think it depends. First would be a little bit of a break of trust in the sense of like, I didn't think anyone was around to see me in my private moments. And like, if you could truly date anything, can you date a dragon? I look around for a dragon to date. If there's a dragon statue, that would be crazy. Oh, thank you for the follow, by the way, Silver. Very much appreciated. Let's do not really my thing, even though that isn't necessarily what I want to say. It's basically just like, it's not like that I haven't been alone by choice. I have chosen. It's just no one's caught my interest. If there was an option of no one's caught my interest yet, that would be it.
Oh, I see. But you know, even if it isn't, there are so many other nice things you can do in bed with a partner.
That's true.
Cuddling, for one. Reading side by side.
Very true. That's more my speed. I mean like sex, I'm just not there yet currently. See, the first, like, it's not that I'm not interested in. It's just it has to be a particular somebody, you know? It has to fit right. If it doesn't fit right, then I don't have interest. So it's like, I mean like sex, I'm just not there yet currently. I think not there yet is where to go. It's like, we need to know each other a little bit more. I really want to talk about my day, but for Valentine's Day, I feel very... Oh, I'm sorry, Dragon. Don't worry about it. We'll know that a community love is still very good. Just want to smile on the funny Sailor Dodo. And yet you shall. Well, know that you all are always welcome here. And you will always have a place here. That may not be, you know, enough for, you know, everything, but at the very least, it helps a little. You know what I mean? So, I'm sorry you're having a rough day, but I hope it gets better. Let's do... I'm just not there yet, currently.
Oh, I see. Noted. Oh, by the way, Skylar told me everything.
When? We've been with Skylar literally since they arrived.
But don't you worry, I might be here now, but you can still sleep in your bed just like you always do.
But I thought you were my bed. I'm confused. Do we know each other or do we not know each other? Are we just going to pretend that... So you expect me, now that I know that you're aware of everything that I've ever done in bed, to just go back to just pretending that you're not aware of everything that I'm ever going to do in bed. Because that's not how that works. I'm sorry, Scalia.
You can choose to talk to me or not.
No, this is a bed frame. This is bed frame, bed. I think that's... Ooh. You know what? Is that the headboard? I was wondering, it's like, this is missing a headboard. No, this is the headboard. That's the top, and then that's the headboard. Oh. Smart on them to put that as the chest. Try my favorite dateable at the end of the stream. Go for it. Yeah, and post it in the art chat. I would love to see it.
But I do hope you'll come talk to me.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to finally get to know each other.
Honestly, yeah. She seems the most approachable so far. I'd love to get to know you better.
Oh, how lovely. Come back soon then, cutie. Well, anyway, I'll be here. See you tonight.
See you tonight.
See you then.
Sorry, I'm late. I took a look at rumors and got caught up in some real head scratchers.
Hell yeah, Dragon.
We can talk about it later. For now, let's go to sleep.
You mean sleep in the bed that I literally just talked to?
Today, I kept you on a tight schedule, but tomorrow is a brand new day, and you can truly experience your new powers to your heart's content.
Right.
Oh, hitting the hay already? Come get
Maybe.
comfortable then.
I don't mind if I do.
Night.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And then we just... Oh. Hey, Silver! Thank you for the $10 for the charity. Muchas gracias. And again, you will be able to have access to another kiss and hug from Mama Dodo. Thank you. You're entered for the raffle and for the Deltarune game, and you'll get 50% off the sticker. So I'll be reaching out to you at some point once that design has been finalized, and give you your code. So thank you. Very much appreciated. And we reached one of our goals, which is boop-a-da-boo. Our goal is the new Mama Dodo costume transformation, which means we'll have a Sailor Moon transformation. I'm going to try to get that ready by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, probably Monday. I wanted to get both done last night, but by the time I was done with this, it was like 4 a.m. So yeah. Get date everything for $17 with the DLC. Yeah. It's on sale for Valentines, and I also got it with the DLC. So this is with the DLC, by the way. And we're already halfway through. Yeah, honestly, y'all have been crazy generous. Thank you so much for what you've been doing. I didn't think we would even get, like, on the first day. This is crazy. So I very much appreciate it, and I imagine a lot of people also appreciate your generosity. So thank you. Okay, I donate, but my phone is struggling. It's quite all right. Again, this is gonna be happening for a week, so you have time. It's completely fine. Know that it is not a expectation. You being here with your support is more than enough. Your time and attention is all that is needed. All right. Switch back to glasses off mode when you want to interact with the world around you. Oh. Okay. You don't have a computer? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Do you have like a tablet or something like that? Something that's like more than a phone? I guess what I could also try to do is, Scallion, just for you, we'll go ahead and go to bed. After the stream, I'll see if there are like any ways to have it better interact with the phone. You do have a tablet? A tablet might work better. Switch glasses on mode when you want to interact with the world around you. Okay. Okay, so... Excellent. So we have this, and then it's like, oh, it's normal. And then we switch this back.
Good morning. Are you ready to start getting to know everyone around here better?
Girl, I haven't even had my coffee yet, and I don't drink coffee. It's like, so you don't want to talk to me? Like, what do you mean by this?
Maybe finally find some love?
Skylar? Never mind. You're just gonna be like this. Why am I doing this? Yeah, why am I doing this?
Glad you asked. I was sent to you for a reason. Mysterious reason.
Oh, you know what she gives off? She gives off of. Do y'all remember? This might be aging myself, so y'all might not know no idea what I'm talking about. But it's the trio of Spy. It was like a cartoon on Cartoon Network, and I think it was like Spy something. And they wore like almost like rubber jumpsuits, and they were definitely based off of like, was it Kill Bill? No, it wasn't Kill Bill. Off of Totally Spies. Yeah, Totally Spies. Yes. Thank you, Ra. I was struggling. I was like, jumpsuits, there are 3 of them, they were spies. She kind of gives a little bit of Totally Spies vibes, which again, she seems very friendly and fun to being around. Don't get me wrong. If she could like stop pushing me to try to fall in love with somebody, that would be great. Oh, I need to finish off my hug too. Y'all have been... I'm gonna eat through so many of these today. If this is the indication of how the rest of this week's gonna go, I'm gonna need to go to the store and get another one. But damn. Alright. Mysterious reason. Right, from the tinfoil hat hacker.
Exactly.
So you know who I'm talking about.
Since there's no one else here you could ask about it, I'd recommend doing the only thing you can do, and date.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
Any other questions?
If it wasn't for the fact that they gave me the acronym that the date just means getting to know people better, which I guess is true, now that I think about it. I guess dating is just a way for people to get to know each other better, but it's usually with the assumption that you're trying to approach them romantically. What do you call it when you're just trying to getting to know someone better just to see if you vibe? I guess that is just a date, isn't it? No. On the avatar, they're toast. It's supposed to be the anime running with toast. Kind of like a platonic relationship? Yeah. Well, less to do with platonic, more to do with... No, I guess it is just a straight up date. Where it's just see if you vibe well enough where it's like, is there any moving forward with it? Right. Yeah, getting to know someone better is the word, yeah. What if I want you to follow with me? Where should I go next? Can I just leave my house?
You can leave your house at any time, but when you do, your journey with me pretty much ends right there.
Oh shit. So I'm locked down. Why?
I was sent to you in secret by that hacker. And as soon as you step outside with me, Valdivian data drones will take me away.
Oh. Not Valdivian data drones! Holy shit!
Oh, it's a terrifying thought. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend leaving your house now. Your adventure has only just begun. Any other questions?
Is it still giving you sass, Scallion? I'm so sorry. What if I want you to fall in love with me? Where should I go next? What if I want you to fall in love with me? Here we go.
Oh. You certainly can.
Oh, that's cool.
But...
It's like, oh, that's neat. She's just like, huh? That's not what I...
I'm still in my tutorial mode setting.
Uh-huh.
On the clock with a new user, you know?
Oh, yeah, this is kind of like a working relationship, isn't it, Skylar? We could just do like a fun coworker friendship kind of deal. But I want to confess my untitled... No, not that. I'm the new user.
Betcha.
Okay.
So, if you want to get to know me better, take a look at my app starting tomorrow, and we'll see.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I just want to be friends at that point. Where should I go next?
I would suggest following up with Maggie next.
Which one was Maggie?
As a detective, she has some good places to start.
That makes sense. Okay, sounds good.
But really, There's no going wrong here. Talk to anyone you want, in any order you want.
Excellent.
We're basically in a big, huge sandbox open for you to play in.
Girl, you just told me I'm locked in my house. You can try to paint this however you want, but I am trapped here.
Except instead of sand, it's your house. And instead of a box, it's also your house. Any other questions?
Yeah, surprisingly no. Hey Shadow, welcome in. How you doing? I guess that's
that
it?
Might be it for this little Date Theaters tutorial.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna see a whole lot more than we ever imagined pretty soon.
Is that you telling me that I downloaded the DLC? Because I did. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Let's date!
Alright, cool. Let's see this whole rumor thing, because I saw a handful of those. It's not you, it's him. Yeah, earn the calamity's immunity. Getting rejected might be expected. Okay. Mentioned someone named Reggie. Okay. By the piano. I remember because Scallion told me. Literally the only reason why I remembered. I'm doing pretty well. We're doing a charity week. And we're starting off with Valentine's Day dating objects.
Oh, hello.
Seems
again.
fitting.
Come for more rumors? Looking for more suspects?
Yeah, both, I guess. No, I wanted to see if you're interested in taking a relationship further. I am. You got any more for me? I want to find more datables.
You and I both. Never know when another suspect will
I had to
turn
click
up.
on the pinned link and it was blocked with no access. Oh, really? Hold on. In that case, let me mess with it. Let me do, because the thing is, when I try to do it, I have access, right? Because it is my file. Let's do manage access. Anyone with the link, and they are just viewer. Copy link. Okay, let's adjust it a little bit for y'all. We're gonna go back here. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go ahead and change this link. We're gonna do /pin for more information about the charity. See this visual aid, and then I do that, and then boo. All right. Does that work? Because when I click it, I see it. But do y'all see it? Is the question. And I very much appreciate you testing that and letting me know, Silver. Because otherwise, I wasn't gonna know. You know about that? Never know when another suspect will turn up. Suspect or potential dates. All right, excellent. Good job. Thank you for feedback. Always appreciate it.
Why not both?
Why not both? That's true. They can be suspects. Oh, you're an enemies turn lovers person, aren't you, Maggie? Kind of based.
Here are some rumors that I have turned up. Johnny Splash. Shower. Location. Downstairs bathroom.
Okay. All right, Johnny Splash.
Winifred water heater. Location. Office closet.
Ooh, hold on. We need to check out the water heater. Listen, I am a man. Shocker. I'm a man who enjoys his showers. It's one of the few things that I indulge on, besides eating a lot of ketchup, is long hot showers. That is my zen. That is my me time. That is like my I'm centering myself. I am part of the universe. Borderline meditation situation. So my water heater needs to be strong. Anything about the game, I have the money. I mean, you could, yeah.
Lyric literature. Books. Location?
Okay.
Anywhere.
Anywhere? Okay, I'm on the case.
Glad to have you, Gumshoe. These should be pretty straightforward to find, though there are some who seem much more difficult. The Shadow knows, because he's here.
Oh! Tell me where I can find him.
Word on the beat is that he's hiding in a permanent shadow.
Permanent shadow?
If you can find one around here, I would investigate.
Hey, Ella, we're gonna find your boyfriend in about a moment. Thanks for your help, Maggie.
You're welcome, Gumshoe. Keep pointing those spectacles at everything you see, and you'll find a whole array of potential suspects at your fingertips.
Good for you, Maggie.
Eyelids, as it were.
Uh-huh.
Phoenicia can help you track down plenty of other rumors, if you're looking for more.
Oh, was your BF. Oh. Did y'all have a falling out? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. What was the reasoning? Alright, let's see here. Data decks. Look at all this. Oh, do I just need a... Oh, likes, curiosity. Okay, it gives likes, dislikes, etc. Okay, cool. Then what's our specs? Here you go. How do we know... Welcome, specs. Here you can track how your own personality changes as you learn from the objects around you. You receive +5 on one of the attributes after attaining a love, friend, or even hate status. For many, I like the idea of you getting an improvement off of getting hated by someone. It ended up being really gross. Oh, yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Well, we're gonna visit your ex, so have fun with that. Hold on. There's a different one for each door. And then the bottom's also different. That's funny. That's pretty funny. But seriously, though, I'm going to look for the permanent shadow one first. So I'm going to look around. Just kind of look around. Permanent shadow. Okay. Water heater! All right. Well, we have the water heater in there. I thought I saw a sparkle. I mean, everything's sparkling. So it's kind of whatever. Okay. Can I... That shadow doesn't count. How about this shadow? No. Okay, we're gonna keep on. Wait, hold on. Maybe the rumors will actually do it. Read between the lines. That's the novels. It's not you, it's him. Darkness is everywhere in your lovely house, but how can you speak with it? It says to check out any permanent shadows you can find. There could be a criminal or romantic activity. Okay. All right. Permanent shadows. So not there. Permanent shadows. Is it behind the fridge? That would have been a good spot. Just saying, there's no light getting back there ever. All right, let's go upstairs. Permanent shadow. Permanent shadow. Hi! Is it in the closet? Oh, we could do hangers. That's funny. Uh-huh. Ooh. Oh. That's cute. Like a little elephant towel there. I wanted to learn how to do this at one point. We went on a cruise, and every time we came back, there was like a different animal towel like on the thing, and it was so cute. It was so good. Oh, we had a workout room this whole time? This is where the permanent shadow is going to be. I don't work out in here. Oh, well. Interesting. Hello! I'm here for... Alright, like old workout stuff. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that we can... Huh. Alright, nope. Come on. There you go. Oh, a lockbox. Can I, like... I could date... Oh. Hey. Can you... I mean, the lights aren't on. It's just out. I mean, it's just sunny out, you know? All right. We'll hold off on the dude for now. Breaker box. You know, water heater first, and then we'll do breaker box, all right? Water heater!
Normally, you try to avoid dealing with your water heater.
She's
No
cute!
problem after all. But as you look at the beauty standing where your water heater usually is, you wonder for a moment if that's about to change.
Listen, as long as she ain't peeking.
Beyond the rigid metal of the heater lie dangerous curves.
Damn right.
Brown skin swathed in orange and blue and silver. Her soft, pretty facial features are adorned by colorful makeup that looks like it wouldn't be out of place in a fashion magazine.
Okay, she's all about fire and ice kind of vibes. I get it.
She doesn't seem to notice you at first, but when she does, she lets out a sharp scream.
Oh, sorry, were you taking a shower? Hi! Ah!
Bubbling boiler rooms. You scared the living.
Sorry, girl.
It takes her a moment to
I should
calm
have
herself
made some
down.
noise.
She fans at her face with her hands, exhaling loudly.
Got me flustered is all. I wasn't expecting any visitors.
My bad. Should I have called you?
Last folks who lived
I don't even know
here
your
only
name.
came down when the pilot light was out, which wasn't often. See, I'm made of the good stuff.
True.
Southern made and made to last.
Amen. Looks like you are quality. I hadn't even thought about your pilot light was going out. Okay.
Your eyes don't lie to you. I'll tell you that much.
I believe it.
Here I am just talking and you don't even know my name.
Very true. I don't. You want to give it before I give you mine,
I'm
or?
Winifred.
Hello,
Nice
Winifred.
to meet you.
Why?
Hey, sweetheart.
You know what? Okay. I'm not disappointed. Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. I'm not sure how much more talking I can do right now. I got work to take care of.
I haven't even taken a shower yet. You should be good to go. What is it that you... I mean,
Did
why would
you
I ask
just
that question?
Your water heater, what she does?
Why didn't give me any other option besides what do you do? I know what a water heater does. It heats water. I mean, I guess I did.
It's okay, sweetness. I'm just having some fun. But I do need to get back to work. Washford's about to kick on and Daisuke needs a bit of a push. I need some time with River to make sure she's ready to go.
River. Okay. Sounds like hard words. Sounds like hard work.
I don't mind it. See you around.
Okay. All right. So we have a couple of other rumors now. Oh yeah, no, I bet. Wetter is better. Winifred says she needs to spend some time with River to get her to warm up. I mentioned that the Washford was starting up and she had to get to work. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Well, here's the thing. Let's see here. With the data decks thing, how do I know? Alright, so that's the phone. What's this? Ooh. Speak with Phoenicia. Speak with Phoenicia. Achieve a love ending with Phoenicia. Got you. So it seems. Hello, Dorian. How are you doing? I want to see if relationship status friends is down there. So we're not friends yet. It will say friends. It will like point out being like, hey, we're friends now. So we'll just need to follow up with things. Okay. So what was it? Breaker box? Something. Let's go do that. First, Scallion has a heart attack. Let's see. Breaker box does whatever a breaker box does. Prevents the things of the things. I think it was downstairs. It was downstairs. I keep hitting shift to sprint, so if you see me crouch, it's that. Oh, in the breaker box. Okay, it wasn't in here. That's where I'm back at the heater again. I'm back at the heater again. Let's see here. Let us see. No. This is the dining room table. That's outside. I think the glasses will self-destruct upon me entering. Well, I guess it was upstairs. All right, back up here, I guess. Not there. We're gonna go this way. Not in here. Oh. Ah, there you were. Hello, Breaker Box. How are you doing?
You walk into what you thought was your breaker box, but as the dark door swings open, you realize you're somewhere entirely more stimulating.
Stimulating?
A classic speakeasy club welcomes you in. The low electric lights glow warmly. Live music drifts languidly from a sumptuous velvet red stage and envelops the audience in a pleasurable haze of pure vibe. The gentle clink of cocktails in glasses rises from a wood bar to the left of you. And then a gentleman with a languid, easy air to him approaches you.
Well now, what a delightful surprise.
Okay, I see why Scallion was fervent with this. Okay, first of all, what I'll say about this man, he came with his own soundtrack, so that's already huge. That's already big, right? That's already, like, impressive.
A brand new patron.
New? I'm here all the time, or at least every time it rains or the breaker strip.
Are you sure you're not thinking of another closet? I'm certain this must be your first time. Trust me, I would never forget such a striking face.
All right, coming a little hot, but you know what? That might just be who you are. Striking, huh? Let's do striking, huh?
Oh yes, distractingly so.
Thank you, appreciate it. You're not so bad yourself.
I imagine it would be quite difficult to focus on anything else with you around.
Mm-hmm.
Though, I can't say I mind.
Mm-hmm.
You have quite the reputation around the house, Livewire.
Livewire is not bad little pet name for in this situation. That's actually really good.
I'm eager to explore it for myself.
All right, calm down.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Where are my manners? My name is Volt.
Hello, Volt. He's giving, what's the vampire from Baldur's Gate 3? He's giving it that vibes.
He extends a hand towards you, a conduit of pure, dangerous sexual energy that charges the very air between
Yeah, this is giving sexy vampire vibes. Yup. I'm gonna take his, I'm gonna shake his hand.
He lowers his head to brush his lips across the back of your hand.
Astarion, yes,
Was
thank
that
you.
a spark of static
A station is
electricity
really
you felt
funny.
just
It's a pleasure to officially make your acquaintance.
Taking his eyes from you for the first time, Volt slips his arm around your waist and turns you slowly to take in the rest of the room.
No.
Welcome to the Breaker Box.
I offered my hand as a handshake. I did not give you permission to touch me.
The most exclusive club in the house. Impressive, isn't it?
There's more than one club in the house. Clubs aren't really my scene. Yeah, it really is. Kind of feel underdressed. There's more than one club in the house?
Why would there be when we have everything you could want right here?
That sound, the flickering lights, it can only be a power fluctuation.
Wow, that even happens here?
What? Oh, that. Well, that was nothing. Just a little surge. With this much energy coursing around it.
Well, your husband's on the screen, so.
Volt.
Hey, Eddie. How you doing? You seem grumpy.
This newcomer looks exhausted, frustrated, and annoyed. His sleeves are rolled to the elbow, revealing calloused and bruised hands that he wipes on a rag.
Honestly, I kind of like the handles on there. That's pretty cool.
Eddie, just in time to meet our guest. The human? What's he doing here? I'd imagine if we don't poison the mood, they'll be joining us for the headliner show. Joining us for tonight's show, I hope?
As long as you're, am I?
Unless you have other plans.
I'm down for hanging out.
We'll have to work on that enthusiasm. Right. We'll have fun with that. I finished the patch, I'm clocking out. Not my best work, but it'll hold for the show. Ah, I see. And you're sure you're feeling all right? I'm fine. Just don't overdo it.
Eddie turns and trudges away, focusing on the rag in his hands.
He's the fixer-upper. Got it. Is he okay?
Of course. Eddie always is. His human skills leave something to be desired.
Yeah, he's a little rough around the edges, but he's fine.
Space. Back to the matter at hand. Tonight's show. Shall I set you up at one of our VIP tables?
What exactly is the show? Sure you don't need to check on Eddie?
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, but I assure you what Eddie really needs is space.
This is a bit of a predicament, because on one hand, I don't believe so, right? I'm not convinced. Maybe I should go check on him then. I think, but also at the same time, it's like, I don't know either of them that well to basically make the assumption that I know better than the person that they're with is a little presumptuous. But yeah, we'll check on him.
I insist that you don't.
Excuse me?
Before you can even take a step away, Volt grabs your arm, his grip tighter than expected. A fire flashes in his eyes for a second, then it's gone and his grip loosens.
Well, not now, at least. It would be a shame for you to miss the show after all the hard work that went into it. And Eddie would feel dreadful. He hates to be worried over. Shall I set you up at one of our VIP tables?
Oh, I would not be fine. Are you kidding me? That? I experienced what is essentially just like abusive partner behavior, and I'm just like, yeah, no, we're fine with just sitting down. Like, no. We ain't moving forward anymore. No. Fuck you. I'm gonna go check on whoever that was, and you are gonna chill the hell out. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna move forward.
Open Spotlight. Our nightly
that looks dangerous as fuck.
Featuring the hottest up-and-coming acts from across the house. It's a real crowd pleaser.
Uh-huh.
Shall I set you up at one of our VIP tables?
Oh my gosh. Fine, lead the way.
With pleasure.
With a wink, Volt hops nimbly up onto the stage. He was born for the spotlight.
Good evening, you
Right.
scofflaws and ducky watsits. Looks like Johnny Splash is going to be singing for us tonight.
Wait, the shower? Why is the shower going to be singing in an electric... Okay.
Be warned, patrons. You might get wet.
Whoa.
Okay, he's not the shower. No, this is just a different guy. He's definitely trash. Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Johnny Splash.
He's the shower. So, he's the one I've been essentially meditating with for forever? Seems pretty chill.
I got a song for you all tonight. One from the heart.
Okay.
And tonight it'll be a cappella, because my voice is the greatest instrument of them all.
Okay, a little conceited, but alright.
I keep a close watch on the shower of mine.
A little on the nose.
I keep my forces free of stain and grind.
Okay, decent rhyme.
I scrub the ground from the tiles between the lines.
Oh, you're self-cleaning? I didn't know that. Someone liked Elvis.
Oh, that was amazing, baby. I even surprised myself.
I mean, it's definitely Elvis inspired.
I've seen many bombs in my time, but that one takes the crook-blasted cake.
Okay. All right, microwave. Oh, we need to check out the oven as well, because I use the oven a lot.
Oof. Even I couldn't clean up that mess.
All right. Okay. I'm liking the vacuum cleaner.
Like it? I thought it was okay. I'll retool it and come back with something even better. Just you wait.
My guy, you don't need to make music for other people. Just make it for yourself. You're fine. You're on your own journey.
With
It's
the
whatever.
club beginning to close down, it appears that the show is over. Patrons mill about, talking amongst themselves. You spot Eddie nursing a solitary cocktail at the bar. Volt is nowhere to be found. Things feel colder and quieter without his presence.
Don't tell me how I feel about him. Him grabbing my arm, immediately disillusioned, anything. It pretty much is just like, bro, you're lucky I don't sock you right now. Speak with Eddie, 100%.
Show's over. Club's closed.
I was hoping to talk to Volt. Where's he here? If the club is closed, why don't you and I hang out? You could at least keep me company until I just want to check on you.
What? Why?
Because you seem off. See what I said earlier?
I wasn't. Happy? You can go now.
Okay.
Are you always this oblivious?
Yeah, kinda. It's like, yeah, kinda. It's just like, ugh.
Then allow me to make it perfectly clear.
Okay.
Get out.
Okay, bye. Well, I gotta be friends with everybody, so he's gonna have to get used to that. All right. So let's see here. There's a lot of like stuff. Let's try to get friendship level with other people. Let's do the magnifying glass girl first, because I think if we get her friendship up, then maybe she can help us find better clues later on. You know what I mean? I'm spinning around a lot. Sorry, the sensitivity's still a little high. All right. Hello again. You already talked to this object. Oh, right, once a day. I remember now. Ooh, right. Let's do oven. Hello, oven. How are you? Let's see how you go doing.
A burly chef stands in your kitchen, looking at you expectantly as he stirs a saucepot. Despite his intimidating stature, there's warmth.
I just noticed the oven mitt for the hat. It's really funny. Hello, my guy.
Must be my new sous chef.
You sure?
I'm Stefan.
Hey, Stefan! What's up, my guy?
Hey.
I just wasn't expecting. Him to look like this. I was just like, and I was like absorbing all the little parts where it's like, there's the little grill thing, there's the door, there's like the thing, like, and then I laughed at that. It was very funny. I'm Stefan.
Ready for prep?
What are we prepping?
Stefan regards you in silence for a few long moments.
Then why are you here?
An adorable chicken-shaped timer slides into the conversation, settling on Stefan's shoulder.
It's the little... Oh my god. Wait, does he have a little bird that it stays on his shoulder too? We have so much in common. Dr. Chuckles. Oh, Mr. Chuckles, Mama Dodo. Oh. That's actually really funny. There's a dude in this game with a bird on his shoulder. That's just idealist. What the fuck?
You're right, Mr. Cluggles. I could stand to be nicer.
Also sounds like Mama Dodo too.
He takes a deep breath, steadying himself, then points dramatically at you.
You, what are you doing in my kitchen?
I just wanted to talk to you. This isn't just your space.
You must have me confused for someone who thinks this kind of thing is fun. I'm busy.
What are you busy doing? We ain't cooking anything.
I've got a whole lot of folks to feed. And
who are you feeding?
Help, I need you to step out. Wait. Do you smell that?
I smell the egg timer? Just your bad attitude? No.
Yeah, you possess a nose. Do you not?
I do, but that doesn't mean I smell what you smell.
I make do with my hood. Yes. I'm preheated. I know.
Oh, he's preheated. That's funny.
Thank you, Mr. Cluckles. Always keeping me on track. Like some humans who come in my kitchen just to distract me.
It's a little chicken. It's my kitchen, dude. End of story. It's a little chicken timer.
That little chicken timer offers more help than you can imagine.
I bet.
He understands the type of establishment I'm trying to run around here.
All right, well, what kind of establishment are you trying to run around here? We're talking for the first time, my guy. Not even a hello. What are you even talking? It's like, are you okay?
Only a human who doesn't understand cooking would ask me that. Cooking is life. It's not just food. It's your soul.
I mean, yes, but also there could be more to your life than cooking.
Maybe one day you'll understand that.
Cooking is important and a joy to do, but like, damn, like it ain't everything.
Until then, I'm wasting heat standing around here talking to you.
Okay, well, anyone ever tell you? Well, I don't want to say that.
Well, of course they do. And they didn't know a crepe from a grape, so I couldn't give a damn about what they say.
That's smart. Smart words. I know from a crepe from a drape. Does that count?
Go on, shoot. Okay, Mr. Cluckles. All prep should be done in 7.5 minutes. Start the timer. And go!
That's really funny. All right. What do we got? Discord. Oh, all right, Sam.
Hey!
I didn't even know we could
How's things
talk.
in labor limbo? You been using all that extra time to do anything fun?
I talked to my stove. Does that count? My life got a lot weirder.
Weirder how?
I shouldn't be talking about it. I got this weird gift in the mail.
What, just out of nowhere? So what was it?
Special glasses.
What's so special about them?
I kind of don't want to tell her because this is... Oh, this isn't on their... Okay. It might be a little bit safer. I thought this was, like, on the business, like, chat. And I'm like, I'm not telling you. They'll dox me. They can turn any object to a person. Sort of.
Huh? I know you've been watching too much anime. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. There's more.
More? I'm still on the first part.
Well, buckle up, Buttercup. We're hanging out.
You understand how insane you sound right now, right? Like, if you were literally anyone else, I'd be like, oh, this person thinks I'm stupid.
Well,
You're
I could still think you're
You're
stupid.
not fucking with me?
Just because I'm friends with you doesn't mean I don't think you're dumb. It's just part of your charm. Why would I make this up?
Fuck, I don't know. You seriously have magic date furniture fuck glasses?
First of all, I didn't say any of those things. I said we hung out, and you immediately jumped to I'm having sex with my furniture. Remembers the bed. Technically sleeping with the bed, but like, what am I gonna do? Sleep on the couch? Because it's the same problem. They're called date visors, yeah.
Date viators?
Or date
This
viators.
is too much. I'm not equipped to process this today.
You
I'm
asked.
logging off. Goodbye.
That's really funny. Wait, is Sam voiced by Emily Axford? I think I recognize that voice. It reminds me of her a lot. Is the couch dateable? Probably. We're gonna have to wait till tomorrow, I think. All right. Let us go. I would like to go to bed. Oh, it's not time to oh, it's not. All right. Well, in that case, it's Emily. Yeah! I knew I clocked that name. I mean, that voice. I remembered it. I was like, there's no way. If someone is sounded exactly like her. All right, everybody, let's go to our next ad break real quick. Then we'll get our last interaction of the night and then start the day over. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, so be right back. All right, I'm back. And welcome. Well, we're not welcome back, everyone, yet, but we are here. I guess we could walk around and talk. Let's see. Who should we do next? All right. Yes, please do. Thank you for stopping by. Again, appreciate the raid. It was wonderful meeting you, especially as someone, somebody who, you know, is part of that Discord and helping people out. So that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Hope to meet you again soon. And have a wonderful day. We're going to talk to you. Let's see. Again, we want to be friends with people, so I kind of want to stick to the same people for a while. Who haven't we talked to today? Our phone. What does it say? Speak with Maggie for more rumors. Alright, okay, so the stars means that we're friends. So we don't need to talk to him anymore. Eddie and Volt look like they come into with a package. Business, hospitality, dislikes being asked questions. Got you. Stefan, cuisine, care, high standards. They don't like when people are insincere. There's so many. What the hell? We have Maggie. Oh, welcome back, by the way. Evidence, facts, running up suspicious, privacy, boundaries. Okay, cool. And then Winifred. What do you like? Teasing, flirting, sensual behavior. Dislikes her location. Let's move her to a different location. That might be expensive, but you know, you never know. Betty, resting, fluff, big hugs, morning. Oh yeah, let's talk to our bed again. Let's be friends with our bed. At the very least, you should befriend your bed, you know? Especially if it's before night. Hey, Betty. Oh, don't tell me I said something embarrassing in my sleep.
Yeah. You didn't so much say anything.
Uh-oh.
You were very animated last night.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm getting a reading. It's a secret feature.
Do I want to know? Tell me?
It's called Content Aware. It goes off whenever I have the feeling that something a little off-kilter might happen. It gives you the chance to see if this dateable might be someone you might want to skip due to content concerns.
Oh. Hey, yeah, we're live. Tell me more.
If you're worried that you might miss out on points or stuff, don't get your tushy in a twist. I'll take care of the dirty work for you. No penalties incurred, I swear. If you're interested, you can turn it on now. You can also turn it on or off anytime I see you.
Okay. What kind of things are you looking for?
These datables have some subject matter that might be troubling. PTSD, violence, stalking, manipulation, domination, mental health issues, addiction, and many more.
Oh, well, I'm fine with that because those are important topics to go with. I just don't want full-blown nudity and sex scenes because then I'm gonna get slapped by TOS. Now it's if that is something that it could potentially happen, well, well, that's difficult to say. Because when it comes to stuff like this, right? This is why we have these warnings. Where I think it's important to have the discussion. I think it's important to not just brush these things kind of under the rug. I think it causes a lot more issues than we are seeing now in society. But at the same time, we need to make sure that people who aren't ready to face those kinds of things can, like, turn off, albeit temporarily, or mute or temporarily to not get through it. Yeah. Where it's like, hey, I just don't want, like, I want important, especially when it comes to people's backgrounds, especially when it comes to people's stories. Like, if these kind of topics are really important to have, especially in a healthy space like in a entertaining game, where it allows you the opportunity to like properly process things in a safe space. So, let's see here.
If you want a gentle warning when something approacheth, I'd recommend you turn it on.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
On it. Content-aware mode, activate.
Perfect. Because I don't care for that kind of thing, but we still need to have these topics. Exactly. Like, again, there's things that we need to be restrictive because of the platform that we're currently live streaming, and at the same time, we want to be able to be like, okay, cool, here's the warning. I'll throw up the ESRB for that particular thing, and then we just have that up in the corner to let people know. So them telling me ahead of time allows me to prep ahead of time and also give y'all a heads up of like, hey, for the foreseeable like 5 minutes, we're going to be covering this. Come back in 5 minutes if you are not feeling okay. So first of all, props to the game devs. You did a lot of my work for me. Usually I have to look up a game and then try to figure out the warnings ahead of time for people. The sneaky ones are always like arachnophobia mode. Because no one says like, hey, there's spiders in this game. If it's a horror game, it's probably gonna have spiders.
Okay, back to it. Hang
All right.
on. My content aware is going off.
Okay.
Betty is a real sensual being. Talking to her is going to get pretty intensely spicy.
Papa telling you what happens if you do. Yeah, same.
You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
Let's skip it because TOS Twitch. But know that I don't have any issues with that kind of conversation. In particular when we have rated M streams as well. So yeah, let's skip it, please.
No worries. Hey, Betty.
Hey, Anne. What can I do for you?
How would you like your relationship with Betty to resolve?
Friendship.
Let's say the two of you just be friends, huh?
It's that simple, huh?
Sure. I can always use a new friend.
Rest well. Betty's friendship is yours forevermore.
Aw, friends forever.
Let's go! We're friends with our bed!
Stay cozy.
Yeah, and like, listen, friends can cuddle. If you don't kiss a homie, then are you even homies? Empathy 5. You've been caught red-handed showing feelings of an almost human nature. Oh my god. Oh no.
See ya out there on the next one.
Hell yeah. Alright, now it's time to go. Go to bed, right? Yup. Okay, cool. Yeah, excellent. Good job, devs. Alrighty. Honestly, I want to talk to the elephant. I want to talk to the elephant man. So let's do it. Is it man? It is a man!
That your towels would have a look that one can only
Oh,
describe
he's cute.
as fresh out of the shower. The fluffy terry cloth clothing and glistening skin are expected. What you did not expect to see, however, was a six-pack you could do your laundry on.
That happy trail is wild.
Wait, hold still.
He holds his hands out in front of him, stopping you in your tracks.
Because we shared a burger. I think that me and a friend are dating. I mean, sharing food is a very intimate thing. I think it just depends on people's perspective on where they fall that line to. Because depending, like, there are people who are like married and they won't share food. You know what I mean? So it's like it is an intimate thing to share something as valuable as food with someone else, especially if it's the same one, especially if you bite from the same or drink from the same straw or bite from the same spot. I think it's like it's not really up to them. Oh, what kind of burger was it, by the way? 10 out of 10 burger. I would go back again. Yeah, what was the burger? What did you have? He holds his hands in front of him, stopping you in your tracks. What was wrong? What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
He backs away from you, slowly and carefully.
Uh-huh.
Just don't move.
Okay. I just like start A-posing for dominance. They're like, okay, move a little bit.
Ooh, there's some water on the floor.
It was a baking smash burger? Ooh. Where was it from?
Let me get that before you slip and fall.
If you can't say it because it's too local and it will like dox you, don't worry about it. Let me help you before you
He
slip and
bends
fall.
down to mop up a tiny puddle, standing back up with a grin.
Hey, why was there a tiny puddle in my room? Real quick, just quick question. Why was there a tiny puddle in my room? Because I just got out of bed. Do I have a... It would? Okay. Well, I'm really happy that you got... that you had such a delicious food.
There. All good.
Phew, that was a close one.
Some might say that I saved your life.
He's pretty charming. I'll give him that. He's cute.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Tyrell. Oh, wait, Tyrell? I feel like there would have been a towel. Oh, towel. Tyrell. It's there. It's there. Okay, I see it.
Did you see that, dude?
That you saved my life? Yeah, you're my hero.
I may be soft, but I'm hard against spills.
Good for you.
He mimes playing a trumpet, imitating the instrument with his mouth.
The friend I shared it with is pining for someone already taken, so ooh. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. It's definitely something I recommend to do that. Yeah, but some people need to make their own mistakes, you know what I mean? Okay, he's goofy too.
I dry as quick as my wit. If you get wet, don't get upset.
You got it, my guy.
Right, my absorbent sidekick.
He holds out a small swan-shaped towel for your inspection.
Oh, that's adorable.
It's quite charming.
Quack.
Okay, guys, why are there so many people in here with animal sidekicks? I'm starting to be feel like I'm being seen right now. Between the egg timer, the swan towel, I'm like, am I only picking out guys that Idealist is just like, I'm also a dude with a animal sidekick? Yes, Mama Dodo, unfortunately, you do technically classify as a sidekick. I don't know how to break it to you, but it's true. Squawk! Whoa, what is that?
Oh, this? This is Little Buddy. He's pretty cool. I can fold him into anything I want.
Let's
Today,
go!
A swan. Tomorrow, who knows what the fabric of the universe will weave?
I think this one might be my favorite one so far. I think Tyrell is my favorite so far.
I mean, I only know how to fold like two others, but still, it keeps me busy between cleaning spills and warming up your body.
Okay. All right. Damn, that was quick.
I see you naked all the time.
That's fair.
And that's totally normal for a towel.
True.
It's my job.
Right. Is your job flirting or drawing?
What's wrong with both? I keep
True.
myself pretty busy.
Okay.
Spills happen every day. No big thing. But the hard part is getting dry.
Wouldn't the easy part being dry? It just kind of happens with evaporation.
Big jobs, I work with Washford and Drysdale.
Okay.
But I work pretty independently, you know?
Okay. Being clean is one of my life goals.
Don't I know it? Even though you don't spill too much, I'm there 24/7 on call.
And I appreciate it, my guy.
Not to tug on my
He's on
own
Overwatch.
bread, but I'm proud of the work that I do.
Yeah, you do a good job. I don't like either of these options. Why am I underestimating this guy's work? It's important stuff. Why am I downplaying this? Is work all you care about?
I mean, who doesn't? There are things I want to do, but my job is important, you know?
Oh, definitely.
Those spills ain't gonna unspill themselves. And I won't be spilling things to you until I get to know you better.
Amen, brother.
So, let's make a deal. Next time you see me, I'll show you something cool. And maybe I'll tell you a bit about myself.
Hell yeah.
I'll show you an idea I have.
Hell yeah. That was a lot cooler than I thought it was going to be. He's cool. Are these just... what? That I could date a box. Hold on, guys. It's the box ghost. Ooh.
As you take in the sight of the adventurer standing before you, it's hard not to feel like you've stepped into one of those old adventure serials from decades gone by.
What?
Even though she's decked out in cardboard and masking tape, she looks like she's ready for anything. An extension cable whip wound around her arm and a daring grin on her pretty face.
Indiana Jones vibes is what I'm getting.
For God's sake, you're finally here!
Why do I recognize that voice?
I was beginning to wonder and worry, and then I thought, gee, I guess I'll just have to go ahead and do it myself. But that probably wouldn't have been such a bad thing, because let's face it.
I don't know what you're talking about, girl.
I'm exemplary.
Sure, bud.
But you're here now, so let's get cracking.
What are we doing?
I assume you brought your tools and knowledge and probably a snack of some sort?
Well, I have snacks, but it's a whole donation thing, so, like, it's not like I could just eat it. Popcorn?
Popcorn! Brilliant! Effervescent! I am beside myself with happiness. But before we begin...
Then again, we're gonna have to do we need to talk to the microwave in order to do the popcorn. I haven't introduced myself. He seems like a bit of a hothead, but I guess for a microwave that might be true. Which reminds me, we should probably go and befriend our stove, because we use our stove a lot. Ashley Johnson. Who else has Ashley Johnson been in? I'm bad with names. Emily Axford is a rare exception. I do not know names very well, especially famous people. And yes, I consider Emily Axford a famous person. At least to me. Ashley Johnson. Yeah, that name is familiar. I just need to figure out where I've heard her before.
The adventurer strikes an impressive pose, positively radiating confidence and daring.
Girl, you're gonna get yourself killed with that, but alright.
I am Bo. I am the soul, the
Hello,
spirit,
Bo.
the animating animus of boxes and storage containers in this house.
Oh, so you're every box? Is it a good thing or bad thing that I, like, break you down before I throw you in the trash? Because obviously that's important for, like, the trash men, but does that, like, cause problems for you,
This
or...?
most special of houses, where it is my great privilege and my great destiny to reside.
Sure, bud. Alright, Bo. I like the getup overall. Very cute. You're saying my house is special? You kind of look like you're about to go on a safari.
Ah, indeed I am. I am about to embark on a great quest.
What's the quest? Oh, right, you're a box. So I probably need to send you somewhere? Because usually my boxes are just for moving purposes.
That's what I do after all. I quest. I am an adventurer. I am a great explorer.
Are you? Yes! Yes, it was the Vox Machina. Yes. Yes. That I do remember. Yes, thank you. That's what it was. Oh, it was driving me nuts. I appreciate you, Scallion.
I'm
okay.
also an avid reader. I enjoy bubble baths and secluded mountain hot springs.
Bro.
Trips to the beach studying turtle migration.
Secluded mountain hot springs? Forget about it. Forget about it. Trips to the beach studying turtle migration. Turtle migration, that's also pretty great. Okay, okay. Listen, I'm more of a shower than a bath guy, but like... That's fine.
Anything involving the words ancient, sacred, statue, gem, or priceless piece of history.
Have you ever played any Lara Croft games? If not, I have a whole series of games I need to introduce you to.
Wink.
Yeah, fun I got on my own. I don't even know what that means. Did you just say wink while you were winking?
I did. I find it useful sometimes to tell people what I'm doing as I'm doing it. That way I can be more sure that they're getting a complete picture of my personality.
Oh, you're autistic. That makes sense. She's just like, what? What do you mean by that? It's like, well, you'll see. Onward, what's the quest? I'm in.
Introduced myself, and then I just got so darned excited my mouth ran right away with me, and I didn't give you a chance to introduce yourself. Not that you need to, of course. I know who you are, but go ahead.
See, that's the thing. That's what I want to know. Why are they... There's a bit of a mixed message of they know me already and they don't know me already. Do they or do they not know me? I don't know. What is it? You must really think I'm someone important. Who do you think I am?
I know that you are the... well...
Uh-huh.
Bo takes her hat off for a moment, holding it over her heart. She bows her head, just a little.
Oh, gosh.
It is my great honor, my passion, my destiny to have the opportunity to follow my path.
What am I, a king? What's with this?
Alongside you, the leading houseologist, to whom I owe such a debt of gratitude and respect.
What are you talking about? You just sit in my closet. What do you, what adventures have we gone? I don't carry my pet, like, cardboard box with me everywhere, and that's where you're getting this vibe. I don't take you anywhere. The leading what?
Houseologist.
A study of houses?
The leading authority in this, or any province on this house, its history, its mysteries, its great secrets.
That's still not houseologist. A houseologist studies houses. It's the...
You are the resident.
If anything, it's king or whatever leading head, whatever. Yeah, but I didn't build it or anything.
Are you telling me you're not the leading houseologist?
No, I just live here.
Oh dear.
Bo returns her hat to her head, her reverent expression fading into a rather more sour one.
I'm starting to feel, well, a bit like I've got some birds in the box.
What is that saying? What does that feel like?
Stomach, birds trapped, slightly nauseated because the damn birds keep trying to tip me over.
Oh, so butterflies. Got it.
I may have already said too much. I'm currently putting on a facade of being hale and hearty, in case you missed it. All is well. Leave. Go away. Get out of here, you scamp, and maybe come back and we can maybe talk about some stuff, and maybe the quest will make its way in there somehow, but no promises. Okay. See ya.
Okay, she's pretty cute. She's pretty cute. All right, let's build our friendship with Magnifying Glass Girl. We're already on good terms with Doorman, which I think the door being locked means that we need to get more acquainted with the Doorman, potentially? We'll see.
Hello again, suspect.
Hello again.
I'm hard at work on my current case.
There you go.
I've been hoping for a breakthrough.
Oh, what's your breakthrough?
Sometimes I get so wrapped up that I start seeing everyone through the lens of a mystery.
Dana Scully? Okay. I'll look her up next ad break. With them up. I don't know their gender. Or their pronouns. X-Files. Oh! Dana Scully from X... Isn't that the main female protagonist in X-Files? I've definitely seen her before. Yeah, she's very pretty. Yeah, she's pretty. Listen, just because you are aligned in a particular way with who you find attractive does not mean you can't appreciate other people's attractiveness. Like I've said, there's been quite a few like cute guys in here. I'm not interested in men, but I still can say if they're attractive. I can still recognize that they're attractive. It's just I just don't swing that way, you know? Are you really a detective?
I am. Maggie M. Glassbury at your service.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you've heard of me?
Before today, no.
I've acquired a modest reputation as a result of some of my previous work.
And that would be... What are a couple of your best-known cases?
Maggie puts her hands on her hips, positively radiating pride.
Honestly, I think you would like this game, Scallion. I think it's up your alley.
Why, it was I who solved the mystery of the missing sock.
Was it in the dryer? That was you?
A brief interview with the Stackables and a chat with Dirk was all it took to sort that case out. The sock was in the depths of Harper's hamper.
Glad someone got to the bottom of it.
I also cracked the caper of the self-generating dust rabbits.
Was it just more dust rabbits? Where do they all come from?
Static electricity.
Oh. Well, yeah, no, that checks
causes
out.
particles to accumulate around pieces of hair.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, that is how that
Your
works.
hair, to be exact.
Oh, God.
They form undisturbed, indead air pockets.
Uh-huh.
That's why they hang out under the couch.
That's honestly good to know. Hell yeah, we learned something new today. My hair, you say?
It matched the evidence, and I ruled out every other possibility. By the power of deductive reasoning, I determined that you were, in fact, the culprit.
They're getting around you, I see.
I pride myself on that.
What mystery are you trying to solve?
Lately, I've been taxing my lens to the utmost on a very interesting case.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of a mysterious love letter.
Do they also have a
It
name?
was delivered to Dorian last night.
Ooh. Tell me more.
At approximately 2 a.m., an unknown suspect dropped off a letter for Dorian. Upon opening it, Dorian discovered that it carried clear romantic intent.
No! But Dorian doesn't want a romantic intent. He's not interested at all.
That is to say, it was asking him out.
Was it by a particular person with a magnifying glass? I guess, no.
It described how his protective yet gentle presence had won over the writer's heart. If interested, he was to write back as soon as possible.
Honestly, that would be really funny, Scallion. The drone from the outside would have been really good. Sounds good so far.
Here's the catch. The letter wasn't signed with a name, just a monogram. Though he
Ooh.
might be hesitant to admit it, Dorian was quite taken by the letter.
Oh,
He
okay.
isn't certain whether he wants to write back until he knows more.
No, that checks out. Be open to it. I'd love to help.
You would?
Yeah! Why not? That seems like fun. Yeah, let's get into it.
I've never worked with anyone else before.
Come on, girl.
But I think this could be good for the case.
I have the ability to walk around, so that already is priceless. Just about giving me whatever clues you have.
The case is pretty thin, but
Okay.
we've got a couple of clues.
Okay.
First of all, the paper the note was written on was somewhat interesting.
Maggie, I'm going to break something down for you. I have glasses that turn objects into people. Why don't I just ask the letter who sent them? How does that sound? Does that sound about what we can just do about that real quick? I feel like we're kind of beating around the bush a bit. I could just ask the object and we're good. The paper note is written somewhat interesting.
Although the letter wasn't signed, it did have a single initial on it.
Uh-huh.
Finally, I think Dorian might have a clue for us.
Okay. Let's start with the paper. What makes it interesting?
I have it here. Semi-transparent and very thin.
Semi-transparent and very thin. Are we thinking shower liner? Maybe?
It doesn't seem like ordinary paper at all.
Let's dip the corner of it in water.
She dips a corner of the paper into a small glass of water.
Look at that. It dissolved.
Okay, so not shower liner. So tissue box, maybe?
What else should we try with the paper?
Cutting it with scissors.
She gives the paper a careful test snip.
Cuts just like normal.
Okay.
What else should we try with the paper?
Let's try it tasting it.
Taste it? If you say so.
Girl, every sense.
She
Let's do
carefully
it.
dabs a corner of the paper against her tongue.
What's it taste
How
like?
Interesting. It's edible and tastes slightly starchy.
So starchy. Hey, Puff, welcome in. How are you doing? It's been a hot minute. Welcome in, welcome back, and how have you been? Yeah, we're dating everything, dressed up as Sailor Moon. So, you know, a usual stream. Hopefully you've been well. Yeah, it's for celebrating the charity that we're doing. It's a charity for getting people who don't have access to self-affirming care to, so not self-affirming, sorry, gender-affirming care to get gender-affirming care. Yes, I'm glad. We actually got enough, by the way, where I now need to make the transformed, like the transformation, Sailor Moon transformation Mama Dodo, so look forward to that. But welcome in! Hopefully things have been well. Anything new? While you catch me up, we'll continue playing this, but please let me know.
What else should we try with the paper?
Alright, let's try burning it.
She focuses a magnifying glass on the paper for a few moments.
Oh no! I'm so sorry, Buff. I know you were so excited about it. How are you doing? Are you holding up?
Yikes! It's definitely flammable. Does seem to burn slightly slower than normal paper, though.
Alright, so it's a starchy, dissolves in water, and it burns, but slower. So I don't think it's a paper, I don't think it's a tissue, because tissues would actually go up in flames really quickly. It dissolves in water. I think it might be food related. Said we were better off as friends. Well, I'm glad that y'all are still amicable. But I am sorry that you had to go through it, nonetheless. And good on you for, you know, willing to talk about it. That's huge.
What else should we try with the paper?
All right, let's other clues that we got.
What should we look at next?
What's the initial written on it? I think it was M, right?
Stylized letter M.
First initial?
Seems likely.
Okay.
What should we look at next?
All right, let's chat with Dorian.
Hello there, you two.
Oh, you can just be here, Dorian? Good on you. You're everywhere.
Good to see you, Dorian. I've enlisted our friend here to help solve the case of the mystery letter.
Splendid idea.
Can you repeat what you said to me earlier?
Okay, so we've met Magnifying Glass Girl, we've met Door, we've met Phone, we've met Water Heater, we've met Box Girl, we've met Towel Dude, we met Stove Man, we've met Eddie and Volt. Yeah, we've met Eddie and Volt. I think that's it. I feel like we're missing one more person. But, you know, like, we've met a good amount of people so far.
About the smell you noticed?
Right.
Can you meet the sink and microwave for me next? Sure, I got you.
When I first opened the letter, I caught the faintest whiff of what I think was truffle.
I was right. So it is like a paper, like almost, I wouldn't say wax paper. Well, wax paper is flammable. I don't know if it's more flammable or less flammable. Talk to a friend, being like, I want to do everything, and they went, aren't you aromantic? But yeah, but there are layers to this shit. What, agoromantic? What is that one?
Strange, no?
Indeed, thanks for your help, Dorian.
Good luck.
Thanks,
Let me know
Dorian.
if you happen to figure out who it was from.
You got it, my guy.
I'm not one for love, but I am one for truffles and friendship.
Amen, brother.
What should we look at next?
Also, sorry I wasn't in the Cult of the Last streams. I've been playing the DLC. I didn't want to get it spoiled. Oh, don't apologize, Puff. It is quite all right. You know that y'all are welcome to hang out or not hang out at your free whim, and I don't want y'all to feel pressured to do that. I completely get it. You wanted to play the game yourself without it being shown ahead of time. That is absolutely fine. Or it could have just been you didn't like the game, or didn't want to watch me play the game, which is also fine. Or you're just busy with life, which is also fine. But, you know, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here now. I think that's how I think I know.
Narrowed it down to 4 suspects: Penelope, Mitchell Lynn, Mateo Monta, and Freddie Yeti.
Girl, Maggie, look into my eyes with your magnifying glass. Not that close. I'm gonna need to narrow this down for you, just real quick. The letter had the letter M on it, in which we just discussed was representative of their first name, and yet you gave me 2 options that don't begin with the letter M. I wonder. However, will always try to be present when you play Date Everything, which I hope is something you'll do consistently. What, play Date Everything or stream more? Because I still plan on streaming, certainly. And this game I'll probably play for... I know I'm playing today, and I know I'm playing next Saturday. Definitely. Yeah. We'll definitely be playing it more. More than likely, we'll play it until we feel like we've kind of hit, like, everything that, you know... We got what we needed out of it, right? I don't know how long this game is, though. So, yeah. Maggie, already off the rip. Penelope and Freddy are out the door. It's either Mitchell Lynn or Mateo Manta. I don't know who they are, but we can look. Who do you think it
was?
I don't know a Mitchell, but it's got to be him. Freddy? I don't know who Mateo is, but I'm ready to pin blame immediately. First of all, I haven't even talked to him. Hey, don't spoil this for me, Buff. Don't spoil it unless you actually don't know and you're just guessing. So it's definitely either Mateo or Mitchell. Freddy or... Not Freddy or Penelope. I don't know why I would guess that. I don't know who Mateo is, but I'm ready to pin and blame immediately. We'll do Puff recommended. We'll do Mitchell.
Wait a minute. I think you might just be right. The stylized letter M is his signature.
Thank you for the hydrate. And I will do a stretch. However, I am currently in the standing desk, so I'm not nearly as, you know, not cramped, but like bundled up. Whew. Thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the move of the legs. Much appreciated. If M was his signature, why didn't we start with that?
The smell Dorian noticed makes sense now. And the paper. It's got to be rice paper.
Rice paper. That's what I was saying. I knew it was food related.
You helped me crack the case without even knowing the suspect at all.
Well, I wonder what would have happened if I guessed the other one. At least I could do, Maggie. Guessing is my strong suit.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Now I'm even more excited for the next time we meet. Let me just go and let Dorian know that his secret admirer has been discovered. Hey, before I go, I was wondering...
Yes?
Would you like to have a cup of tea with me sometime? As a date, I mean.
She's really cute. But, 19k points. You have so many points. Holy shit. All right. I think, yeah. Well, we want to stay as friends. Is she? As far as a potential, okay, we're gonna approach this in a semi-realistic fashion, right? Again, this is a fantasy setting. Blah blah blah. However, she catches me as someone. She's very cute. She's very intelligent. Those are huge points. She's, you know, curious, insightful, etc. But she always thinks there's like something that needs to be found out. I feel like all of my actions are going to be scrutinized and or under observation. She's going to find things where it's just like, oh, this and this happened, but it's just her plugging in stuff that makes sense to her, but not the reality. So I could see her having difficulty communicating with me on things where it's like, hey, if you just talk to me, you would get to the bottom of it, but instead you kind of snuck around and try to find clues to a thing that I was doing instead of just talking to me as a person. So fun little adventures that we can go on, like finding clues and all that, super great. But as like a partner, I can see it not turning out well and communication being a problem.
Oh, of course, I understand. Keeping it professional is my preferred option.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hence why I was so careful to probe the idea of a love relation around you.
I'm sorry, Maggie. I hope you know that it's just more of a compatibility thing than anything wrong with you at all. Are we not friends now? Wait a minute. Is that not... Hold on. Where are you? Where is she? There's Stefan. There's Tyrell. Maggie. Okay, we're not friends yet. Oh, okay. That explains it. Okay. Just making sure. That is fine. Let's see here. Was there someone else that we want to try to progress? Oh, the stove. Oh, water heater. Let's do water heater first. Hello. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we'll do, you know what? We'll do the sink. What was the other one that you wanted to do? Wait, the kitchen sink or the bathroom sink? Or does it matter? Because there's probably multiple sinks, right? In the microwave. Yeah. I imagine you mean the kitchen sink, right? Oh, okay, well that's good. Let's do sink first and then we'll do microwave. Because we did talk about...
We're used to seeing mostly people-shaped objects with the Dateviators, but clearly the sink-headed figure before you is, well, not like the others.
Okay. Okay.
All the time in the world wouldn't be enough to comprehend whatever is going on with this guy.
Hi, my guy.
You can see that he's got a sink for a head and the clothing and posture of a beleaguered stand-up comic, but your inspection is cut short by his disturbing screams.
Screams? Help
me!
What am I helping you with?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's wrong?
Listen closely. There isn't much time. Nothing is as it seems.
Hey, Puff, depending how this goes, I'm going to have some concern with you. I like my men a little bit, unhinged.
I'm not who I appear to be.
Okay. You appear to be a sink man.
No! Stop that pop-up screen!
Stop the pop-up screen is really funny.
Name is not Sinclair, it's Martin! Martin Applegate.
Okay, Martin Applegate.
I'm not a sink.
I mean, if it quacks like a duck, Martin.
I'm an insurance claims adjuster from Turkleman City, Florida.
Oh. Okay. Is this even a real place?
Of course it's a real place.
Are we sure?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would lie to you?
You don't even look like a guy. What do you want me to say? You're a talking sink.
That's just what she wants you to think.
You mean my glasses?
Allow me to explain.
Uh-huh. Guys, I'm gonna lose my mind. Does every single person in this house have an animal companion? Or am I only finding the ones with animal companions? This is like 4 out of 5. Just because Idealist is a guy with an animal companion called Mama Dodo doesn't mean that I'm just summoning them from the woodwork. Are they crawling from the floors? Okay. Oh no.
A strange creature that looks and sounds like a soapy little dog jumps up at your legs, yapping and barking.
Down,
so cute.
Sudsy, down! Keep your bubbles to yourself, you little devil.
You know, it's just trying to protect you. It's understandable, Dragon, but welcome back.
Trey?
Hope you have fun. Uh-oh.
Go to your tray. Sorry about that.
You're fine. He was just trying to...
Before I begin telling you my
I don't
tale
know.
of woe and Temple Shirley.
Okay, Temple Shirley is
Let
funny.
me let Sudsy out, okay? When he gets like this, I just get really flustered.
Understandable. Okay. Should I get a pee on my bathroom tile? More flushes than being transformed into a sink? Okay.
Okay, bye! Sink you next time!
Okay. Let's talk to the microwave.
An armored soldier with absolutely haunted eyes claps you on the shoulder, his iron grip jerking you towards him before you've even
Is this
had a
Duke
chance to
Nukem?
introduce yourself.
Ranger! Oh, you survived the journey.
Journey? from across the kitchen?
And with all your limbs still attached.
How many limbs have you lost?
Thank the immortals you made it here alive.
Who are the immortals? Don't push your obscure religion on me, pal. It's pretty funny. Yeah, these limbs are stuck on good.
I can see that. Very impressive ligaments.
Oh no. The armpit hair.
Good. You'll need all the limbs you can muster.
So you're saying I should get more limbs?
He starts suddenly, clapping his hand to his forehead. Oh, and heck, where are my manners? Name's Nukem.
No way. I fucking called it. It is Duke Nukem.
Look at you.
It's just Duke Nukem. His name is Luke Nukem. I get it now because of the Nukem, and it's a microwave. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. All right, let's go.
Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen another face.
Don't get too friendly with me,
Except
Luke.
the faces in the walls, of course. They tell me to burn things, but I try to tune them out.
Hey, are you good, champ?
Mostly because I already burned everything flammable weeks ago.
What have you done to my kitchen? Freeing yourself of material objects is very healthy.
That's exactly what the faces say. Oh, you guys would get along.
Hey, have you, like, considered getting some medication? Wonderful, I love making new friends.
Need all the friends you can get out here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time to heat food and spin trays.
Who else is gonna bury your corpse so the animals can't get it? Am I right?
Is that what the faces said they were gonna do for you? Because that's real dark. That is real dark. What the fuck? It's like, yeah, the faces on the wall say they'll bury me so the animals won't get me. And it's like, son, you're 7 years old. You shouldn't be having any of these conversations. The whole sentence is a problem. Okay. Salute You know what? Salute patriarchally.
Luke returns your salute. Anyway, forgive me if my extended isolation has eroded some of my social skills.
Isolation? You're next to the stove. I'm pretty sure I could talk to the plates above you.
I've just been stuck guarding this outpost for months. And you spend enough time out here alone, it's real easy to go feral.
Are you the kind of guy that, like, sits in the corner and is just like, no one understands me?
But don't worry, they have great solutions for that now.
Is it called antidepressants? What kind of solutions?
Death via nasal spears.
Nasal spears? Nasal spears? Can you elaborate?
I don't see why I would.
Okay. That's really funny. That's really, really funny. I don't see why I would is an amazing response to can you elaborate?
Oh, I'm just so excited you weren't obliterated.
Why would... Okay, I'm... So many questions.
I heard Colonel Furnace was sending a division from across the Barrens. I thought for sure swarmers would rip your flesh to shreds and use your blood for fuel before you even made it to the first outpost.
Okay. Use my blood for fuel. Why? Has there been a gasoline store? Yeah, but I'm very resilient.
You certainly are. I appreciate that in a ranger.
Okay.
But wait, you came alone? Where's the rest of your division?
Definitely dead.
Crook! Swarmers be damned. I'm so sorry, Ranger.
We'll catch up with some people. We'll get to the dishwasher, I
To the
promise.
Underrealm and solace in their everlasting night.
That's crazy. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you.
It's Luke. But I appreciate you too, Ranger. Listen, I wish I could give you more time to decompress.
Uh-huh.
I know you must be exhausted after your journey, but time is of the essence.
Uh-huh.
We have much to discuss, and dangerously little time before our mission commences.
Uh-huh. Can I have, like, 5 minutes to nap first?
I already told you. There's no time! I trust Colonel Furnace briefed you on the mission back at the fortification.
What does this have to do with my attendees? Baby, I have a hard time keeping track of all this
Don't worry,
lore.
Ranger. We all have our private struggles.
Yours pretty loud, huh?
Me? I'm addicted to setting things on fire.
That
But
tracks.
I'm happy to walk you through it again. Here's the situation.
Uh-huh.
I have in my possession a handheld electromagnetic device powerful enough to flatten the Barrens entirely.
Where are the Barrens?
From Cape Death to the Death Zone to Deathtropolis, the Citadel of Death.
Did you just say colon out
It's
loud?
called the Magnetron.
All right, Magnetron.
Here's an artist's rendering.
Oh, did you draw this, Luke? It's so good. Whoa.
Whoa is right, Ranger. Anyway, to keep the device from falling into the wrong hands, it was permanently welded onto my armored exoskeleton, allowing me to transport it to its intended target, the Swarmer's subterranean nest.
I feel like you would do really well in the Helldivers universe.
The device will be remotely detonated.
I think this is just what a
eradicating
Helldiver
the
is.
Swarmers and winning
Just this as a person. Okay, cool.
Yes, to finally win the war would be very, very cool indeed.
You know what he gives me? He gives me, what was the dude's name in Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy with the robot arm? The one that's like hunting Grim, and then they turn him around. That's what he's giving me. Is that vibe? Luke Nukem is the son of Duke Nukem in the Postal, dude. For real. Oh my gosh.
You to meet me back here tomorrow at 0700 hours.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I just want to see. Just 1 second. I just want to see if I can find it. So y'all have any idea what the hell I'm talking about? And you're like, Idealist, what the frick? Billy and Mandy, guy with robot arm. Hoss Delgado. That's his name. Hoss Delgado. This dude. This was the guy. This is the one he's reminding me of. He even has the armpit hair. It's the same guy. He has the chainsaw. It's so funny. There's this scene where he looks at the thing being like, only cool people, and then he pulls it down, he's like, yeah. Gosh, I love Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy,
After a light
dude.
breakfast of irradiated grubs,
Oh.
I'll walk you through your training and our mission objectives.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
All right, it's about time for me to begin my nightly patrol. Gotta make sure no swarmers infiltrate our defenses.
Remind me at the end of the stream to show you, like, a clip. He even talks like this. It's the same guy.
May the immortals watch over and protect you.
You know what, actually? Hold on. Can I? Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, that was amazing. That was so funny to me. Holy shit. Oh, what's this? Workspace. Hey, David
Well,
Most.
Demi Knights, it's
Uh-huh.
me, your CEO, David Reginald Most. I'm writing to you from the awe-inspiring
All right,
beige
Scallion.
pavilion at the
Have fun.
historic Cottonwood Hotel, just moments after stepping off the stage at the Valdefest keynote. Let me tell you, the room felt positively electric. And not just because of the incredibly dangerous grounding issues we discovered in the speaker system. No, tonight, our consumers, employees, and shareholders were absolutely buzzing at the launch of Valdivian's newest initiative. Bigger than the self-driving stroller. More revolutionary than Peninsula.com. Tonight, we unveiled to the world our strategic partnership with the U.S. government's Department of Overseas Violence. While the specifics of this groundbreaking collaboration remain on a need-to-know basis, I'm looking at you, Erwin, in product development. We're confident this partnership between the world's most exciting corporation and the most deadly military on Earth will absolutely thrill, inspire, and delight Valdivian superfans the world over. For everyone who helped produce, or even just attended this year's keynote, please find me at the after-party so I can thank you personally. I'll be parked all night next to the Virgin Mojito Bar, between the fax machine and the crawfish buffet. Semper Fi!
I want y'all to know, watching a company like essentially gut itself while simultaneously getting emails like this saying how amazing the company is and the progress and how much money I'm making, etc., is such a real thing. Where it's just like, bro, we're like barely hanging on and y'all are just like, oh, everything's great, and then they're like, we'll take in questions now, and like on the live stream, and then you watch them be edited and like cold for like the quote unquote unreasonable questions, and then it's only asked like very much catered questions that they've already like, oh gosh, it's bad. All right, anyway, it is time for our last ad break of the day, so everybody get some water, get some food, stretch, do what you need to do. See y'all in a little bit. I might run to the restroom again. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Down we go. Ow. I moved the chair into my ankle. But don't worry, your boy is fine. Mostly. I guess it depends what your definition of fine is. All right. We will go to bed, though, and then that way we can start the day in the morning. All right. So we have a couple. We can continue to awaken some things. We could progress both of these. Since we're already here, we'll progress both of these, and then we'll talk to the dishwasher after we talk to these. Okay. We'll do the dishwasher before the end of the day. Just for you, Puff, because that, gosh, Nukem, that was crazy. Hold on, will this go through? Hold on, let's see here. Hoss Delgado clip. Let's see if he'll go through. Come on. Come on. Okay, let's do this. All right, welcome back. Let me just... I just want to show this clip. We'll do YouTube sound. Where is YouTube sound? That's Stream Deck sounds. You know what? Let's just do this. Nope, that's not it. Come on. Here we go. YouTube music. Let's do media player. Here we go. Media player. Let me make sure. Okay, and then
I'm sending you back where you came from. Really? Well, yeah.
see? Same dude. Same effing dude, guys.
No, wait. This is my good side. Okay?
I love this show, dude. I absolutely love this show. Oh, I need to rewatch it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so, right? Am I wrong or am I wrong? Oh my god.
Tyrell yawns and stretches. He looks as if he might have been napping.
What time is it? Did I oversleep?
Nah,
it's
you're
nice
good.
Of you to come by when I'm off peak hours. Sorry that my shelf isn't more done up. I'm not much of a guest towel, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely. You don't have more guests. You could totally throw a party in this closet. Yeah.
So am I. Still, I'm content with using the time in here to think
Not
of ways
yet.
to fold my fabric friend into new shapes.
After I follow up with these two people, I'll be going down to the dishwasher.
Which, since you came by, you get to see my newest. Oh, I never know what to call it. Creation? Formation?
Masterpiece? Design?
No, still sounds too stiff. Oh, how about this? Let me introduce you to the newest iteration.
Oh, iteration's
of
good.
My buddy.
I also like Tyrell. Tyrell's great. Of anyone to move forward more than like further into friendship territory, like everyone so far has been friendship territory. He's the one where I'm like, I would like to be a close friend with Tyrell. Not like romance, but at least close friend. You know what I mean? He seems like a
Tyrell holds his towel buddy out.
Look at the turtle!
Sweet, absorbent little turtle.
It's so
Let me
cute!
tell you, it took us a couple tries to get the shell just right, but it was worth it.
You're really good at this.
What? Making towel animals?
Yeah. Again, like when I was on that cruise, coming back to the room to a towel animal was like the one. I did so many fun things on that cruise. That's the one that stuck with me personally. Like that was the experience that really like made that trip.
This really is just a thing for me. A way for me to express myself.
Yeah, but you could be.
Plus,
yeah.
me and my buddy have a special bond.
It's true. What's so special about a towel? Oh, why do you keep them around? Oh, I don't like either of these. Hey, Ludo, welcome back.
You're more than just a towel turtle.
Also, awesome Spinosaurus. Looked
Remember
amazing.
When you got me from that thrift store? I was wrapped with my towel buddy. I remember you saying it was as good as new.
It's true.
Well, let me tell you, I've seen some massive spills in my day. Things you wouldn't believe.
This game ain't that big, Scallion. Is your internet okay?
Did you know what pasta sauce can do to grout? It ain't pretty.
No, I don't. But honestly, I'm fine with not knowing.
Didn't have to take on the task alone. Nope. There was a team of us, all dedicated to helping keep things nice and dry. I was
Hell yeah.
happy to be with my friends, working together.
Hell yeah.
We used to hang out at the bathroom bar most nights and just chill.
Hell yeah. So it's like a nice area to relax.
Oh, it was the shit. Hanging out with people who get what you do, nothing like it.
Yeah, honestly, that's
Towel
pretty
buddy
based.
over here would do tricks, turning into different things, making us laugh.
Yeah.
Every colored towel you could think of, all in one place.
Hey, where did the eyes come from? How did you make that
In the
happen?
linen closet, always a party. Sometimes it was so full you couldn't get a shelf.
I'm sorry,
were the good
Scallion.
times.
Where's everyone else?
It makes me shudder to think of it. It was a day that will go down in infamy. It was spring. It was raining something crazy. And our owner had their grandkids over.
Not grandkids! Rain, children, towels.
You guessed it. All 7 grandchildren came over.
Uh-oh.
All 7 of them decided to play mud.
No! No!
They came back in and just started snatching my friends from the closet.
Didn't even get a shower first.
No, buddy, nah, just watched in horror. They took them all one by one, but me, I was on the bottom.
So here's the horror story that I have. I think why Old Towel would have had. That on multiple occasions, a place that I used to live had the pipe, like the essential, like the water come back up the pipe, and essentially it was like grease and like leftover food particles and just water that's been sitting there come up from the sink and then like go all over. Oh gosh, but hello, welcome. Welcome in, Vex. How you doing on this fine day? Welcome in, welcome in. You're streaming miniatures of models. Oh, Vex, were you the one that posted in the Discord about the you painting your miniatures over there? I saw that. As somebody who's like on the peripheral of like 40K stuff, like I like a lot of the stuff, but I'm not like in it. I always love seeing like the that kind of stuff. Welcome in. For those that may not know me, my name is Idealist. I am a paleomancer, and you are seeing Mama Dodo right now dressed up in Sailor Moon costume for the charity that we're participating in today. So I'm excited. So I just grabbed my headphones from the charger. No worries, Vex. Listen, if you need to do some post-stream care, by all means, sit back, relax, get some food, get some water, do what you need to do. And thank you for the raid again. Very much appreciated. This is the first time that I've been playing this game. So it's interesting to kind of see what the hype's been about, especially on Valentine's Day when, you know, it's all about love, but we're moving forward with the idea for the most part of like, hey, let's try to be friends with as many people as we can. And then if we click to some of these people, then we'll see where it goes. But yeah, no, I'm glad you had a good time. Couldn't fully finish 3 guns. I was doing 6 hours straight and started to get the shakes. Yeah, 6 hours is a long time. That's a lot of fine motor movement. Yeah. Are you posting your progress in the Discord at all? Because I would like to see how much you like what you got done over there, if you don't mind. Considering using the internet from my apartment complex, I don't want to move. I mean, you might have to, unfortunately. If you're struggling to get this game in like less than 20 hours, you might wanna. Hell yeah! All right. Well, I can't wait to check that out. So yeah, looking forward to that. Well, welcome in, and thanks again. But me on the bottom, just
I
how it
whispered
happened.
to myself.
Oh, right. There was a story. I was in the middle of a story, and it's not a very pretty story, so I apologize for this. Love flexing my minis. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. So, horror story with towels for me is that my sink overflowed from the basement up through my sink. So multiple peoples of just like grime and whatever, and this black is like water that was filled with like black, like sewage smelling, like overflowed from my sink onto the floor of my kitchen, and it happened while I was on vacation. So I came home to a very bad smelling apartment and seeing the specks of like old grease and whatever food stuff for God knows how long just spread all over the kitchen, and I used my towels to clean that up, and those towels got thrown away. They did not get washed. They could not. They were not savable. So this dude would have been like, oh, because it's like it's sewage water. It's practically sewage water. It's not straight up sewage, but it's like it's damn near close. He's looking like a 6'3" dude with hands big enough to grip a person's face. The minis are half a pinky. Yeah. Did you have like tools to help you hold it better so that like it's not just like your hands gripping it? You can actually have more fine tuning, etc. Or was it just your for the lack of a better term, raw dogging it? Yeah, this game is fun. I've been really liking it. So this one, Tyrell, I think, is the one that I've liked the most so far of the people that we've talked to, quote unquote people, I guess.
Tough towels, they'll be fine.
I mean, to be fair, if a towel, as long as they're not like on a lighter color, if they get mud on them, you can clean that off.
When they came back from the laundry room a few days later, it was too late.
Well, luckily on the top left corner of the screen you may see a mature tag, so we can use more certain terminologies for this stream.
They had become
dirty? What did they become? Tyrell, tell me.
Pauses, as though overwhelmed by the horror.
Rex! No! No! Thank you for the follow, Nick. Welcome in. Not Rex! Yep, perfect.
Rex!
No!
Gotta be stain resistant to stay in the game.
Well, you really collected yourself
That
fast
grape
there.
Juice, you can't let it stick to you.
I mean, they're stained, my guy.
Let mud stay on a towel for days? Oh, it can be too much.
Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Vex. I very much appreciate it.
I know that if Washford and Drysdale had been there, it would have been a different story. Could have saved a few of them before the stain got in too deep.
That's why it's important to make sure you surround yourself with good people. You don't always have good days. And honestly, I'm trying to have every one of these days to have like a particular theme that may not be exactly what the charity is about, but today's theme is love others as you would love yourself. And surrounding yourself with good people that you care about is so important. You know what I mean? Yeah, a couple mentions. Hopefully it's not toxic yaoi.
They were treated was way too much for them.
Yeah.
When the rest became rags, our old boss wanted a completely new set.
I mean, yeah. I've never been a fan of that kind of stuff, but I hear
I was
that.
Still strong. Decided to donate me.
Honestly, that's very nice of them. Otherwise, you would have probably just been thrown in the closet, forgotten about, as like backups. Were you scared?
I was not scared.
It's okay to be scared, my guy. You just watched people you cared about get essentially tossed aside, and you could have been next and abandoned. That's terrifying.
It was a hell of a disaster. But I had my little buddy with me. We kept each other company.
I love that the towel rack holds up his hair. That's a good touch.
And I knew I would make it. I'm resilient. It's in my fibers.
If I ask your fiber count, is that rude? Oh, that's like asking for someone's number. Yeah, he has a happy trail. Yeah, that was one of the first things I saw too. Yep.
Can I see your hand?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my hand, dude.
You extend your hand to Tyrell, and he takes it. His touch gentle and unassuming.
Of course it is. He's a towel.
When you touch me by my hand, what do you feel?
That spark? I don't know. I want to go that far. Something, but I'm not sure.
That's okay. Concentrate. Feel the texture of my hand. The way I'm made. Soft but sturdy. Hard-working, yet comforting.
I knew I liked this guy.
I'm warm.
Yeah, baby. Very too hot for me. I don't think too hot for me. Very, very warm.
You noticed, eh?
Yeah.
And my little buddy here helps me channel all those bad things into a way I can express my emotions.
Yeah, that's such a healthy way of managing your
all
issues.
That to say, I'm premium.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
why they call me the Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Lord of the Rings is so funny.
You get it?
Yeah. I'll let you have that one. I'll let you have that one.
It's a good one. I know.
It is. It's a solid pun. He sees hair on body, right? Again, not into, like, I'm not attracted to men, but I can definitely call them as I see them. Don't you worry. After all that, and you still want to do the same work?
Well, you want to know a secret?
Damn right. Of course.
Picture it. The music of summer playing over a speaker. Perhaps a Bluetooth.
Yeah, no, that checks out.
The smell of sea salt and tight canvas in the air.
Boy, don't you know what salt water does to a towel?
To your right, one of those tall lifeguard stands that someone in
I know,
black
right,
shorts
Fax?
sits on.
A good pun. Shocking.
To your left, a couple that most likely had an argument in the car. They both try to make the best of the day. It's super awkward.
Yeah, that's real.
And there I am with you, stretched out in the sand, a giant umbrella behind us.
You don't
blocking out
hate
the sun.
sand? I don't know if y'all ever had like towels at a beach before. The sand never fully goes away. It never goes away, not fully. It's always like there at least a little bit. Well, like you'd wash it like twice, but you would still like shake it, and then you hear the little sprinkling of the sand hitting the ground of you shaking it. I'm not Anakin. I'm not. First of all, I'm more of a mountain person than a beach person. I don't like the fact that sand. You can't get rid of sand. It goes up your butt. It's true though. It's true.
And us just chilling.
It's true. Yeah, you have beach towels, right? You have towels specifically for that you clean and then throw it in the trunk of your car and then you never touch it. Like, you wouldn't put your shower towel as your beach towel and then go back to using it as a shower towel. At least you shouldn't. It's Try Kids Everywhere. That's what you sound like. Always crawls up there and it's a pain. Exactly. It falls everywhere. Everywhere.
Guess what I want to do?
Go to the beach? Want to be a beach towel?
Ding, ding, ding. That's right. Beach
Okay.
towels have it made. They just lay in the sand all day, taking in all the sights.
We can make that happen, my guy. I can make you a beach towel. That's not a problem at
night,
all.
They get to sit next to a fire and listen to someone play one of 3 songs they know on the guitar. I'd still get to dry people off, and the sun would help me do my job better. And who could ask for a better view? Clear blue waters, open skies. My towel buddy could be there too.
Yeah, especially if you make him a turtle. That'll be a huge huge thing.
I could fold you into a fish or a seagull.
Seagull would also be super good. That means I'd have to leave the house. Would you want me to go with you?
Oh, of course. We'd have to go together.
I was gonna say, like, first of all, I didn't like either of those answers. Of course he would come with me. How else is he gonna get there? And then second one, where it's like, oh, I don't want to ever leave. I'm fine with doing it. Yep. Honestly, you know what, Vex? That's a message for just you and me.
Just promise me you won't get mad.
We're gonna
if I
keep
track
that
sand
one
in the
between
car.
us. Just promise me you wouldn't get mad if I track and
It's
sand
kind
in
of
the
a
car.
hazard of the job.
See, that's exactly my point. Exactly my point. You want to know the joke? All right, I'll allow it. We're rated M right now. I'd go to the beach with you just to see you smile, but you do great work here. We need you here. I don't think of you as a beach towel would work. Yeah, I don't think I could leave the house yet. No, did you? Just to see you smile.
You would? You would leave the house for me?
Yeah! You would make an awesome beach towel. I'd love to see it.
I think I'd be good at it too.
Yeah.
You know, that's the first time I've told anyone my dream.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I was a little worried that you might think
I
it's
know.
silly.
I don't think it's silly at all. We all have dreams. There's anything wrong with that.
Tyrell fans his face with his hands.
Tyrell, don't cry. Who's gonna dry you up? You're the best, you know that? And think
Aw.
of all the sunsets we could watch together. You and me, cuddled up real close.
Hey, look. I going to the beach with you is going to be super fun, but
It would be like nothing else mattered.
we're not
Even
we're
if
not
it was
like
just
that.
for a few moments. Oh, that would be awesome. We gotta make it happen.
As long as I know it'd be perfect, all except the cuddling. I'll be happy to make your dream come true.
It's set. You know what the really cool part of this is? You're part of that dream now, too.
Yeah.
I've got an idea. Cow buddy. Remember that one I've been saving for a special moment? I think it's time. We'll be right back.
Tyrell disappears from view for a few moments.
Yep, just like that. Tuck it under.
I swear to God, if he comes around and that is shaped like a bird, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Ooh, you look so good.
When he returns, he holds his towel buddy out to you, now in a new and delightful shape.
Well?
Oh, thank God. Whew. Because if he made a Dodo towel, that would have been the end. That would have been the end of it. Oh my God, this is so precious.
I know. I had to make sure I got the nose just right.
That's actually really impressive with the nose.
I think Towel Buddy will be like this for a while.
Hell yeah.
And, you know, you can wrap me around you anytime you want.
Appreciate it, but you're a beach towel now. You wanted to be a beach towel. That's fine. But that means I'm not using you for the shower anymore.
I'm cozy regardless of the circumstances. You get me?
I do get you, Tyrell.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't talk like this in front of Towel Buddy. He's just a washcloth after all.
Do you all just grow over time?
Okay, I look forward to those sunsets.
Oh, crap. Whoops. Apparently being supportive of other people's dreams means that we're in love. Oops. Well, I have always struggled with that. Well, box time. Listen, some people get the wrong idea. When it comes, I will do dishwasher after we talk to the two people. Sit down. Sit. Psst, 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 psst. Get a little spray bottle. We'll get there. We'll get there, okay? Hey there, you back?
Even
okay.
though I seemed ill with foreboding, you still returned, which means you care.
It's true. Might be overestimating my enthusiasm. What's in it for me? Look, if you promise to help me, I think I can maybe handle it. I don't like any of these options. Let's do overestimate my enthusiasm.
If you don't want to go on my quest, it's okay, I guess. I don't want to be that petty kind of adventurer that dismisses people out of hand who aren't adventurous.
I am adventurous. Kind of. I'm sorry, I just don't want to. I'm sorry, not enthusiastic, still adventurous.
Oh, my apologies. I can work with that. We've got a lot to go over.
Okay.
This is a two-part quest. Most good quests have multiple parts.
Uh-huh.
And this is the best quest.
Uh-huh.
So obviously, it has multiple parts.
Oh yeah, Bo is great.
I'm officially inviting you to go with me on the first part, the quest of the secret sword.
Uh-oh. This better not be where I think it's leading.
It'll be incredibly dangerous. We will face almost certain death, and worst of all, we'll most likely be unable to avoid a certain very nasty pirate.
Is the pirate in the bottle? We could die on this thing?
You're gonna be fine.
Sure.
If you die, I promise I will be very respectful about keeping your remaining stuff organized.
Well, that's fair. Gee, thanks. I feel a lot better now.
That's the spirit.
Man, you really don't get sarcasm,
But
do you?
now, we must speak of the pirate.
Uh-huh. Pirate? Where the hell in my house is there a pirate?
Haha, my dear friend. There are mysteries and wonders untold, and unnumbered fluttering around the edges of your potential this very moment.
Hey, Bao, have you met a certain little magnifying glass? I feel like you two would really hit it off. Between them always looking for mysteries and you looking for adventures, I really think that you two, like, would very much mesh well.
But the pirate lives in the ship in the bottle on the mantelpiece in your living room.
Oh, damn, that was a misspeak before, but I guess it's true.
You've never met him.
I said pirate in a bottle instead of ship in a
Makes
bottle.
an impression, to say the least. I can tell you a bit about him, and more importantly, how he fits into the quest that we're about to embark on, if you want.
Right. I think you better.
Okay then. What you really need to know about Jacques is that he's
Jacques?
a pirate. He's tiny. He's very unpleasant, warlike, highly aggressive, touchy, melodramatic, demonstrative. Everything has to have a flourish or a feather or some kind of blood feud drama.
Are y'all, like, exes?
He's tried to kill me a couple times. Unsuccessfully, because again, he weighs less than a good solid bout of flatulence. They can make a reality show about him, and he'd be the only one in it because he lives in a freaking bottle. It would still be a good show, actually. Oh, and also, the secret sword that we're about to get is in the hold.
Oh, thank God it's not what I thought it was going to be. Alright, so could we just ask him for it?
Yeah, we could. Except he's pissed at me now, and I don't think the route of using our words is gonna work. You're gonna ask why he's pissed at me.
Yeah, I am going to ask that.
Well, because the few times he's tried to kill me were when I tried to steal the sword from his ship all by myself.
Why didn't you just...
And now he thinks I'm a thief.
Well, you kind of are.
I did just describe it as stealing, didn't I?
Yeah, you were a thief. You failed at thieving, but you did try.
So, yeah, okay. I'm a thief.
Yeah, you're a thief.
For a righteous cause, though.
What's the cause then? What's the cause then?
Which means it's okay.
No, I mean, not really. According to whom?
Me.
Ah, so you're a egotistical thief.
But Jacques is still a butt, and we do still need the sword, and I can't tell you exactly why right now, but please trust me.
I'll talk to the man, but I ain't stealing nothing
If it's
from
the
you.
two of us together, we're gonna have much more luck. He doesn't know you.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you'll make a better first impression than I did.
Well, I'll try not stealing from him first thing. That's a good first step, I suppose.
Not to make a better first impression than I did. Are you still in?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in.
Phew. Wonderful. Trust me. This is going to be...
All right, dishwasher first and then
all of our
pirate.
luck.
All right. So we ended up loving the towel, which, to be fair, of anyone to love, the towel's pretty good. But nobody tell them that I'm more of a mountain person than a beach person. Cause, yeah. All right, you said dishwasher? All right.
It doesn't seem quite right.
Uh-huh.
What you imagined you were aiming the date theaters at turned out to be...
Me, Lucinda Lavish.
Okay. All right. All right, then. This is indeed not what I thought this was gonna be. Good on you, girl. Let's go.
The best character in the whole goddamn game.
A little egotistical, but I can work with it. All right. Why do I have a suspicion this is not the dishwasher? Yeah. I was like, okay, this is not really very dishwashy, but all right. I was gonna say, listen. First of all, let's hear her out. One, very attractive. Let's see. Egotistical, definitely. Spotlight hoarder, definitely. Let's see if it's something we can work with. Hello, best character in the whole goddamn game.
Damn straight. Watch this.
Okay. Did she just give me charm right off the rip?
I can just do that. Make you more charming.
Uh-huh. So what are you exactly? I'm trying to understand from the getup, but I'm not seeing it. Thank you.
Welcome. Honestly, though, it's just because I adore that fantastic red shirt you're wearing.
What is this shirt that they keep complimenting me on? What does the shirt say? Is it just a red shirt?
Because I made it.
She reminds me of a belly dancer, and they're, in my opinion, very beautiful and very attractive.
And
so.
I'm your reward.
Oh! We got the DLC. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. Okay, reward me up.
Your sacrifice to the endless money pit that is this game is not going unnoticed.
Uh-huh.
And you will be amply rewarded.
Uh-oh. We're live on Twitch. We're live on Twitch.
Lucinda mashes together her ample bosom.
Oh, well, thank you for describing that to me instead of showing me. My editor, aka me in the future, appreciates that. Uh-huh. Actually, I do like earning my love in dating sims.
Playing it slow, huh?
Yep.
I love it. I'll keep my assets nice and far away from you, so that when you earn them, you'll know that you've been a very good boy.
I've never been much of the whole good boy thing. Yeah, it's how I know that I'm not a sub. It's just not. It just doesn't do anything for me. In fact, I have a feeling it's the opposite. I get territorial when people try to get like that with me. I'm like, who the hell do you think you are to tell me that? Try to do that to me? I don't know. It's like you haven't earned that yet.
See you later.
Bye. All right. Well. Okay. Okay. All right. Of telling people that, but not receiving. I'm definitely capable of doing it, but receiving it, it's not. It doesn't. No. Not a fan. All right. Actual dishwasher.
What appears to be a dishwasher with arms.
What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Disconcertingly cheerful face waves happily at you. You tap the date viators a few times.
Why did you ask me to talk to the Kool-Aid man, but like square?
Waver or change.
Oh, basically what we're talking about, Puff, as far as the being called good boy, and people are into that. Some people are into that. Some people aren't. I'm falling the category of I'm not into it. I believe that's what we're talking about. I could be wrong though.
Hello, and welcome to the Valdivian dishwashing experience.
Is this like a Fallout announcer?
We offer an alarmingly clean output of all kinds of dishware, clothing, and such.
Hey guys, why does he have just not realistic human legs? Why does this man have human legs? Is he in a suit? Is that what this is about? Is he gonna take off his suit and then he's gonna end up being hot or something?
My name is Dishy. I'm your dishwasher now.
Hey Dishy, I wish you weren't. Oh, are those like Crocs? No, those are like roller skates. Okay. All right. Well, let's see where this takes me.
Please connect me to your internet so I can get started knowing exactly what I need.
Great, more AI bullshit. What do you need to know from me exactly?
I just need to know some basic information. Dishwashing habits, dishwashing preferences, past dishwashers own, financial records, preferences on fruit flavors. For soap, of course.
Yeah, financial records?
Records of finances.
I understand what that means. Why do you need it? Why do you need those?
I just need to know some basic information. Dishwashing habits, dishwashing preferences.
No, this is too weird. You're staying disconnected.
That's completely fine. We can absolutely operate in offline mode.
Good, because you're gonna. And I swear to God, if you turn yourself on without my consent, I'm gonna call the person who brought you in.
Would you like to wash dishes?
No, I want to get to know you better.
Dishy points to himself in a cartoonish gesture that suits his mascot-like appearance, but he quickly shakes off his surprise in favor of his usual veneer of professionalism.
Talking to me?
Who else am I talking to, my guy? I don't see any other, like, what looks like inflatable dishwashing costumes.
I'm your dishwasher now.
Yeah, you said that.
If you have questions, I can tell you about warranty, limits of liabilities, and flavors of soap I can dispense.
Alright, no, like, how you feel.
My personality?
Yes, like as a person.
My personality is to clean dishes in a prompt style.
Right.
So, shall we get to the part where you connect me to the internet?
You're really pushy. No, I'm not convinced.
Huh, not convinced? Is it my demeanor that is off-putting?
Yeah, actually.
My figure?
Your demeanor's super off-putting. Let's do it's a privacy issue.
Ah, I see. Valdivian knows about these concerns and complies with all federal and local regulations.
That doesn't fill me with any kind of level of
We
comfort.
won't share any data without your consent. You could be sure of that. That's the reason why I'm continually asking you.
Yeah, we're understanding Puff has kind of wild tastes, but you know what?
You're gonna want all the new features that our research
Based.
teams will continue to roll out.
Charm 0 out of 5. I'm gonna call the dating customer support and see if I can disable this. So we needed a high level of charm to move forward with this. Got you. I decline.
Can't blame a device for trying. Catch you next time, hot stuff.
Okay, so I guess we might just wait for that. Absolute craziness. All right, what is this? All right, tinfoil hat. Okay.
Impressive news out of Valfest. Really too bad that particular partnership is about to hit a rough patch. But then David's
Well, we haven't
never
had a
been
type yet.
Great at partnerships.
People that we get along better, yes. People that we like more, yes. We haven't hit a type, one of my types yet. Me neither.
Yeah, fascinating. But we're not talking about you right now. I see you've had the opportunity to test out the prototype.
Yep. It's been okay.
I'm enormously grateful to you for concealing the prototype. And I'm sorry I dropped all this on you so unexpectedly. I know protecting it is not a responsibility you asked for. Maybe not even a responsibility you want. But I had no other choice. Every other Valdivian employee's allegiance was unknowable, except you.
Why me? Yeah, why me?
Because you're paid the least out of everyone.
Oh. Wait, seriously? By like how
I
much?
can't get into that right now.
Yeah, but no, seriously,
Anyway,
how much?
it's not
Hey,
safe to
no.
talk. I will return when the signal is
How much was I
secure.
underpaid? Hey, how much was I underpaid? Damn it. Workspace. All right, David Most. What the frick? What else?
I'll do it to you on tides. Yo, it's your boy, David Most.
Oh, he's drunk off his ass. Gotcha.
Coming to you live from the
Oh, I'm
best
sorry,
Virgin
Fex.
Mojito bar ever. Like, this stuff for real is legit so good. I've had like 12, and I feel amazing. Can't believe there's not any alcohol.
I was gonna say, wasn't it supposed to be virgin?
It's 19. Hey, did you guys see how dope that presentation was? We rocked that! Like, people keep saying we're at
Good voice acting, by the way.
financial
Call out for the
traps
voice
and
actor.
Need urgent restructuring. Even my dad was like, "You're gonna get smoked by your top competitor, Bitewave." Dead ass. And I'm like, "Okay, Dad, if you like Bitewave so much, why don't you marry them?" But does Bitewave have a contract with the U.S. government? No. I just want to say I love you guys, but not Franklin. Don't love or miss Franklin at all. You hear me, Franklin?
Who's Franklin?
Night-night, nerds.
Night Nerds is a funny way to sign off. I'll give them that. All right. I hit shift to sprint every time. All right. It's not. Oh, right. We have one more. Who else do we need to catch up with? We need to catch up with. Oh, right. Ship bottle. Oh wait, is there like a? Ooh, okay, I was just checking the shadow. Ooh, right. We have a fireplace too. Okay, ship bottle.
A petite pirate.
I wonder if he can take off the red shirt. I have no idea.
So
Maybe.
much to take in here, but you don't dare to get a good look in when he looks like he's contemplating running you through.
Why does this guy look like Egoraptor? He has a bird on his shoulder! Oh no! How have I not played this game sooner? They have so many just animal companions and birds on their shoulders. It's a consistent theme. My god. Alright, Jacques. Seriously though, he looks like Egoraptor.
Oh, look, it's you. Come to make fun, have you?
Make fun of who?
Who else do you see?
Just a man with a bird? Question mark.
Can you legitimately imagine anything that cascaded out of that prompting, nagging mouth of yours could shock me?
Maybe.
Do you honestly believe I could be shocked?
I mean, if we get enough electricity, definitely. You look shocked. Don't know. You look shocked to me.
I am emotionally quite contained. In fact, one could say I am quite bottled up.
I get it.
Trapped within tubular, glassy confines.
No, that checks. What would you like to be doing instead?
Hunting. I would like to be questing. I would like to find an enemy.
Oh, so you want an
I would
enemy?
like to pin said enemy down. I
Oh?
would like to blast my cannon with his glorious, deafening, bone-rattling crack.
Mm-hmm.
Blow them off the face of the earth and watch the decimated corpse of their ship bubble helplessly beneath the gleaming main.
Oh, well, ain't he a little forward?
I would like to send something, anything, everything to that glorious netherworld.
Okay. I'm sensing some unresolved anger here.
Unresolved, unrelenting. It is a wild
Yeah, I can see why you like him, Puff.
black powder, always fed, never sated.
This is the almost definition of enemies to lovers stereotype.
Too much. The line is crossed. Your pitiful life is forfeit to my magnificence.
Cool.
Nothing cool about it, blackguard. I will destroy you.
You're gonna kill me?
Dear sweet Davy Phones, if you insist on reducing everything to its simplest expression, yes, I am going to kill you.
Hang on, what did I do?
Oh, you require an accounting?
Yes.
Insulted and demean me. You pass judgment on an existence you could not possibly understand or hope to equal. You belittled me.
How? We're just... At what point did I do that? I didn't do any of those things.
Maybe you didn't. But you exist.
You're
and
li-
you're here. And I have to end something.
You exist and then you're here.
Bear witness to your undoing.
So maybe he and that girl would, our little adventurer would get along pretty well. He just wants an enemy. I'm bearing.
Can you not feel it? Do you beg for quarter? For mercy from the most murderous, blood-eyed conjured of
Yeah,
all
maybe
the
not.
fathomless blood?
Maybe not, Scullion. Thought you were going to kill me.
Of course I am! I am killing you, right now! I'm tearing you limb from limb and dangling your bits from the rigging to tempt the crows! Uh-huh.
You take a moment to inspect yourself. Your limbs and bits all appear to be just where you left them.
Listen, he likes to roleplay. So, okay. Seems like you're not talking about it and not doing anything.
Oh, well, I am! I'm filleting your sorry rind!
Right. Yeah, Luke's not gonna like the fact that you took my limbs off, just a heads up. Ah, speculative stab.
Damn your hide, speculative! It's as real as the snap of sail in the wind, the squish of flesh and bone as it makes way for my blade.
That was kind of poetic.
Ugh. Poetry. Never could stomach the stuff.
Yeah, right. But you speak so beautifully.
Hold fast there. I do not speak beautifully.
He does, though.
I
Uh-huh.
am the fearsome Captain Jack Sparrow. I am the plague.
Oh, Jack Sparrow is really funny. Oh, that's funny.
I deal in death, spectacle, and warning.
You forgot the few slit in the beard.
I
Really?
spout the macabre. I vomit forth danger and horror. There is nothing beautiful in my world, least of all my damn self.
Maybe use the wrong word.
Jacques makes a strange noise, almost akin to a growl. He looks positively put out.
What was that noise?
Oh, nothing. I was hoping you would argue with me and I could try and kill you again. It
Ah.
makes me growl when people are conciliatory.
It's the worst when you just want to fight and nobody wants to take you up on it. Okay, let's do that.
Let there be blood. I load my cannon with heavy iron rounds to tear through anything and everything you might pray to put between us.
Yes, I can pay that easily. I'll turn my face fully to you, but no broadside today, Buccaneer.
You've picked up one smidge of strategy from some painted tavern doxy, and you imagine yourself my equal?
You're equal and so much more.
The gal! The muxie! My pantaloons tent in anticipation.
Oh, what? Hold up.
Jack falls silent, his cheeks ruddy. Perhaps he didn't intend to say that part out loud. Jacques looks all around the room as he speaks, one hand awkwardly clutching his sword handle.
It's like, oh.
I've never seen him look so unsure of himself.
You discovered something about yourself, didn't you, Jack?
I just remembered that I have to swab the deck. Yeah, the deck needs a good swabbing before I do any intercourse.
What? What?
Killing and battling and all the other lovely violent things. So, another time, post-swab. You bastard.
Huh. Okay. All right, let's go to this cord. All right, tinfoil hat.
Based on how plastered David was in his last most mail, he must have finally discovered the prototype is missing. He'll sober up soon, though. And when he does, he'll stop at nothing to ensure its retrieval. If he fails, he'll be at the mercy of some very powerful people. He'll never allow that.
How do you know all this? Oh, yeah, how do you trust me on this? I'm an average nobody.
I guess it's imperative that we trust each other. And I've been asking you to trust me without being fully
I'm the tinfoil in your drawer. And it's like, what?
I know all this because I created the date viators.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm glad you think so. We are obviously in alignment. Anyway, I can't talk now. I'm stealing coffee shop Wi-Fi, and the barista finally noticed I'm only ordering tap water. Remember, under no circumstance allow David to know you possess the prototype.
Okay, so question, because this has to be asked. What object did this man want to have relations with for him to invent this thing? Which one? No one is going to just invent this without the innate desire to move forward with it. You know what I mean? Which one? It's like, man, if only I could really talk to my fridge. All right. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. All right. Okay. I guess the next step, in order to progress the box, we need to get the sword from the pirate, right? So, is there an idea where my earbuds are? Sorry, my guy. Oh, right. Let's see here. What would be good? Do any of these boxes? Okay, let's see if any of these boxes count.
Whoops.
Oh.
This is the wrong meeting place. Go meet me at the bottle above the fire. Daring and daring do await.
Okay, did that count? That didn't count, right? It did count! Oops. Well. Oh, how dare you say... Oh, right, scouting. Alright.
And here we are. Now listen.
Bo holds a finger up to her lips, lowering her voice.
We have to at least try to be very, very sneaky.
Here's the thing. He wants an enemy. I'm going to provide an enemy. Like, that's the thing. It's like, he wants to fight us. So I'm going to actually kind of go in a little bit loud. I thought you were a great cat burglar.
I am. I'm the best. But even cats make noises sometimes.
Oh, it depends.
Bo sets the scene for you with her hands, curling two fingers in the air like a pair of legs sneaking past.
Oh, yes.
The goal is to sneak into the ship, sneak past Jacques, who will probably be sitting on the deck staring out at his plastic ocean. Then we sneak.
Anyway, he's going to see us immediately. Let me guess. We sneak?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
I love your enthusiasm. Going on a great quest with a great companion. Oh, it's the best. Oh, also, here, take this.
She holds out an extension cord to you. It's wound in a circle, just like the whip Bo carries.
Thanks. It's just like yours.
I made it for you. I figured since we're going on the great quests, you're gonna need some kind of a weapon.
Honestly, it would probably do some damage.
I figured that something
It might
that
do lightning
doubles as a
damage if it's
tool
plugged in.
would be useful. And also, I don't know you well enough to trust you with a projectile. So, extension cord whip it is.
Honestly, that's fair. Lena, what's the next step?
We're looking for the secret sword. I have to be truthful with you that I only have anecdotal evidence for what it looks like. I read in one source that it's massive and gold and has a great big tassel on the hilt. Then I read in another source that it's actually just a stick, a little piece of driftwood that washed around in some huge river for hundreds of years until it was worn small and straight and perfectly smooth. All of the times that I've tried to get this thing for myself, and I've only been in the hold once. It was there, but Jacques had some sort of carp draped over it. I think it was a cocktail napkin. It had like a little neon pineapple on it.
That's funny. So we don't even know what this thing looks like.
Oh, it all adds to the fun. I can tell you for
Hell
absolute
yeah,
certain,
Vex.
though, we will know
Good luck getting the
when
rest of the
we see
10%
it.
off.
Whatever it looks like, it will be perfect and spectacular.
You don't say.
In we go.
Jack draws his cocktail sword with a snarl.
Stop right there!
Hey,
You
Jack, how you
insolent,
doing?
Trespassing repeat offender! I draw my sword at you. I bite my thumb. And I express gaseous matter towards your position.
Well, shit.
Hey, everyone, let's just calm down. Well, we don't...
Calm? You dare open your tag-along mouth to tell me to be calm? If you even knew the number of times this scallywag has invaded my ocean, boarded my ship, and attempted to swipe my precious personal property right out from underneath me, you would not be mashing your teeth together to form the repugnant, repulsive, and ultimately unsatisfactory word of calm!
Yeah, you're angry. You're the fearsomest pirate of the 7 seas, and we should all bow and scrape to your terribleness. Except for, let's face facts, you don't have 7 seas. You have 1. And it's not a sea, it's a piece of molded plastic, and the paint is chipping.
Well, your whole outfit is made out of recycled cardboard.
Yeah, but that's because I'm scrappy and crafty and cool. Jacques is delusional. There is a difference.
Delusional? Delusional?
I like that. That's a
Have
good...
you drawn and quartered, you black-hearted pretender?
Oh yeah? By who? Your huge and loyal band of dust mites?
You have dust mites?
Why, you!
Fight to the death!
Ha ha! And now we have the blessing of this young newcomer to do our damnedest to destroy each other. What a lovely day this is turning out to be.
Oh, bring it on, Pipsqueak!
Yeah!
I hope at least I get a few fun shots in before I crush you by accident.
How dare you impugn my stature?
Yeah, like I wasn't gonna go for the lowest hanging fruit in history. I'm a rapscallion, not a moron.
Pow! A blow to the ankles. Shriek! A slicing swing to the hip. Debilitating you and bringing you crashing down to one knee. You pant. You beg. But I can see the fire of rebellion still burning in your eyes. And so, whammo! A down thrust with the force of a hurricane rains upon your shoulders. Pounding your
He really is
unsupporting
poetic,
knee
though, by the way.
further and further into the unforgiving wood of my deck.
You're what now?
You and Bo share a look.
Wow, has he noticed?
That he's not actually doing anything to me?
You're not panting or begging.
Yep, I know. Best to just let him tire himself out, I think.
Jack continues his little tirade, ranting mostly to himself at this point.
I dance around your prone and bloody body, calling down the righteous rage of the gods upon this would-be thief, this erstwhile criminal, this embarrassment to the designation of legitimate.
Get this man like
illegitimate.
pen and paper. Just let him let him write his own fanfic.
I crush your fingers one by one under the heels of me shining boots. I bathe in the glory of your anguished moans.
He's really got away with words.
You know, I think I heard somewhere that he wrote a book of poetry at one point. Maybe once this quest is over, we can try to find it and stick it up on the refrigerator in the kitchen.
But as it says, we have places to be.
Yeah, let's change the channel. Jacques?
Jock?
Jack pointedly ignores Bo, placing his hands over his ear.
I cannot hear you. All I hear is the cries of my defeated enemy. Oh, music to my ears.
Bao, pretend to be defeated.
What?
Pretend you're defeated. Maybe if you play along, he'll listen.
That's genius.
It's called roleplay, girl. Come on.
I hate it.
You got this.
Genius. Jock! Oh, mighty villain! Oh, fearsome predator of the deep, you have indeed vanquished me! I lie defeated, humbled and shrunken at your feet. I pray for nothing but the grace of your mercy upon this unworthy wretch.
A little much, but all right.
Grant this cretin the boon of one last audience with your great awfulness.
Gotta love the commitment, Bo.
Yes, yes. In my infinite wisdom and mercy, I hear your calls for amnesty. I hear, and I choose to honor your pitiful begging. For the moment, anyway. Speak your piece, O one who has lost.
Right. Yes. Begging your indulgence. I'd like to tell you why I request the great gift of the loan of your sword.
I wait with bated breath.
I'm sure you know the sword is ancient. Nobody knows exactly when it was created or by whom. If I understand my research correctly, Jacques, it just showed up one day in your hold.
Since we are now discussing something about which I care, I will deign to answer you. That is correct. One day, I awoke to find the sword in my hold, gleaming and sparkling in the early morning ocean light.
The sword, ancient and glorious
What could it have
as
been?
is also the only known key to defeating the fearsome Isolde.
Blow me down.
No, we can't do that. We're live streaming.
You lie. You must lie. Why would you? I've already defeated you. There is no way you could win, either physically or by trickery, so you must be saying the truth. Or at least, your version of the truth. Isolde. The Isolde?
Isolde. What is that in the pun in relationship to? Tex, you know about the legend too? It's not just a bow thing?
She is a mighty and intrepid thief. She reigned over the house with unquestioned power years ago.
Isolde.
Till one day, she just disappeared. Well, there were searches. I believe at one point even a quest to attempt to find her and bring her home. But all to no avail.
Yeah, there was a quest. It was me.
This is personal, huh?
That's not what we're talking about right now. Jacques, the sword is the key. Without that sword, I cannot fight her. I cannot return her quarry to its rightful place. To be honest, without that sword, the greatest adventure of my existence ends right here, on the deck of your ship.
Follow me.
Jack doesn't even wait for your answer before pushing past you and Bo. He doesn't bother turning as you call after him.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Oh, don't you worry. We are not in any danger. Never were.
Right.
I can only pretend so many times that I do not hear your insolence, you jumped-up shoebox. And no, innocent.
Jack finally stops, turning to look at the two of you from over his shoulder. His expression is quite serious.
We're going to the hold.
Jacques leads you to a place deep within his ship, looking at you and Bo with a
How are
grave
we
expression.
in his ship when we're out here?
This is my inner sanctum. As you can imagine, nobody comes here. Mostly because without the magic of those glasses you're wearing, nobody could fit.
So we have shrunk.
With two hands
somehow.
reverently on its sanctified cover, I slowly, dramatically slide the silken fabric off of the altar.
And then?
I present to you the secret sword.
He lifts the sword from its altar, his expression reverent and his touch careful.
Oh, great Betsy!
What?
That's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Look at all the shimmering gems and how slim and
Sparkle
delicate it
glue, toothpicks, and what's probably little, like, plastic jewels. Got it. Gotta be. Oh my god.
What?
I recognize that.
Recognize what? The sword? You've seen it before?
It was an old childhood karate mission I did.
You made it?
Yeah, with the bejeweling kit. It's a toothpick, grip with glue. Yeah, with the bejeweling kit.
Jacques' face twists into a furious expression, his voice nearly cracking with the bubbling rage of your perceived insult.
You lie! This is a sacred and magical object that appeared here in my hold one day, and I will protect it with my life!
Damn right, Jacques. It is sacred and special. Whoa. I think Jacques is right. That's unexpected.
You're agreeing. That's good progress.
I don't know that I'd call that progress. That
Yeah, that's
would imply
progress.
that we had a goal toward progress, which we don't. I don't think. He needs to agree to give me the sword for...
No, but give? You said borrow. You said nothing about give at all. This was always a loan, a temporary state of affairs.
Y'all can come up with like a good, like, we can get a lawyer. We can really get like a a piece of paper to really make sure that y'all is like, one of you can have it every other day. You can share a weekend. Like, one person will have the weekend, the other one will have the next weekend. We could totally make it work.
Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, it is not just a simple matter of loaning you my single most precious possession. You see, I am going with you.
Yeah, it's shared custody, exactly. Ooh, of course, love it.
I desire adventure.
Yeah, both of you want adventure. Like, yeah, you get in each other's nerves, but they'll
Even
fade.
more than I detest your cardboard company.
No, the hell you're not! Over my dead boxes!
I don't know if I want to see living boxes. Oh, well, it's fun to watch you two go at it. It seems the quest is bigger than both of you.
Child, you have no idea just how much bottle I can be.
If it has to be, it has to be. I'm gonna go get my quips ready, though. Because this is the biggest adventure of my entire life, and I'm sure as hell not gonna miss it.
Onward to the boxes.
Hell yeah. All right. Then what we'll do, because unfortunately we have reached time. Yes. It's been a wonderful day. Honestly, this is a fun game. So, and we're definitely going to be playing more of this next Saturday. So look forward to that. Yeah. I know. But same time next Saturday, we'll be playing more. And we're going to be streaming a lot throughout this week too. So you'll see more of me. Tomorrow being, we're going to be playing more RV There Yet with Melon, Alarian, and Ella as well. So I know. Once a week is tough, but I believe in you. I believe in your patience, Puff. It'll be worth it. I promise. So come up with some which ones I should try to prioritize. All right, let's see here. Let's see if there's anyone else that is going to be streaming today on Stream for a Cause to see if they are up. Just in case. Boo. Looks like I'm the last one to post it on there, so that's fine. So let's see if there's anyone online that we can raid, and if not, then I'll let you go off into wherever it is that you want to go. You know? Let us see here. We'll go ahead and go back to Twitch. Open y'all up so I can actually see what y'all are saying. Oracle. Oracle's going, Sucker for Love is going, but they're doing karaoke and stuff, so I think I'll just let y'all go for the day. I think y'all will be fine. So thanks again for joining me here today. It was wonderful having you. Foxy, sorry that you're getting right in the tail end of this. Join me tomorrow for some RV There Yet as we continue on to this charity. I'm going to work towards what people have already done as far as Met. We're not. I'll be able to see you tomorrow, right? You're gonna show up tomorrow. You'll be there. Pretty much every day except for Thursday, we're gonna have something going on. So same time, same place. And I hope, and if this has been like a good side of the progress, we're gonna meet this goal like in no time flat. So thank you all again for all the support that you've given me. I'm gonna work on the rewards that y'all have met, and it was wonderful in meeting some new people. Thank you for joining us. It was wonderful meeting you, and I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening. And I will also look up stuff for people who are having difficulty on the phone to see if I can find a solution for that. and I will see y'all tomorrow. All right, have a good one. See ya. Bye-bye.